Good morning, everybody. We are going to call this February 13th meeting of the Planning Commission to order. Thank you for everybody who's in attendance today, and thank you for everybody who's either watching at home now or at some future date. To begin, we're going to take roll. Uriel?
Commissioner Bauer.
Here.
Sorry. Commissioner Moses.
Here.
Commissioner McKeerling.
Here.
Commissioner Atkinson.
Here.
Commissioner Wisman.
Here.
Vice Mayor Cater Thompson.
Here.
Chair Hooper.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Excellent. With that in mind, we will now move to general public comment. During general public comment, the public is invited to make comments on items of public interest that are within the Planning Commission's subject matter jurisdiction. They're not listed on the current agenda. Public comments are limited to up to 3 minutes per person, depending on the number of persons wishing to address the Planning Commission. Time will be allocated in equal shares, totaling no more than 15 minutes. I'd like to remind folks, if you have a general public comment, to please bring your speaker card to the clerk's desk. And I'd like to ask the clerk, have we received any general comments prior to this meeting?
We received no general public comments prior to this meeting.
Thank you very much. And I'd like to call any in-person general public comments to the dais, which as of right now is Dave Alden.
Good evening. For this item, I'm representing Urban Chat. I'm here to tell you that a month from tonight, will be Wednesday, March 13th, we're going to have probably the biggest event in the history of Know Before You Grow, which is our Committee on Public Education. The firm of David Baker Architects out of San Francisco, including 3 principals from that firm, including Baker himself, will come to Petaluma to talk about their book, 9 Ways to Make Housing for People, which is just a great book about how to create housing that builds community, maybe more so than a lot of projects do. We're going to be in the Mystic Theater for the first time, 7 o'clock that evening. As always, KBIG is free, but reservations are requested, just so we know how many folks are coming. Those of you who are on the KBIG email list, and those of you who are not should get onto it, we'll get an email tomorrow morning with how to make reservation and further details. Hope to see all of you there. Thanks.
Thank you very much. And I'd like to point out that is a lovely book if you ever get the time to read it. With that, we will be closing public comment and we'll be moving fully into presentations, of which we have none, so we'll be closing presentations. And now we're going to move straight into the approval of the minutes. And for this meeting, we have the minutes from January 23rd. Just wanted to see if anybody had amendments or edits to the minute. No. And we have a roll call vote to approve the minutes.
Commissioner Bauer.
Yes.
Commissioner Moses.
Yes.
Commissioner McKeerling.
Yeah.
Commissioner Atkinson.
Yes.
Commissioner Wisman.
Abstain due to absence.
Vice Mayor Cater Thompson.
Yes.
Chair Hooper.
Yes.
The minutes are approved.
Thank you very much. With that, we have completely approved our minutes, and now we'll be moving into public hearings and matters for consideration. Just to read for anybody who doesn't have the agenda, this is meeting item 2. We're conducting a study session tonight. The recommendation is to conduct a study session to solicit input and provide non-binding comments concerning architectural style, bulk, height, and color of proposed structures, landscaping, and other details as needed to inform the design development for required site plan and architecture review, or SPAR, of the Oyster Cove mixed-use neighborhood project located at 100 East D and several other street numbers, Copeland Streets. I will skip the project number as well and the city record. There's no discretionary action to be requested during the study session. And therefore no CEQA determination to be concerned by. And one brief moment before we bring staff up, I know that was kind of a mess of a paragraph, but for anybody who will be watching later, or anybody paying attention now who doesn't have this at home, tonight's going to be a little bit of an experiment for us. In the past, we'll get a project at SPAR, and by that point, frankly, a lot of the design work's already been done. And so by the time we get to SPAR, we're having to work off of the basic requirements of city code, but we don't really have any kind of design standards citywide or even district design standards. And that can create issues for us because then by the time we get to SPAR, if we have major changes, we run the risk of essentially creating an untenable situation for a developer. And if it's a good project, that's problematic. And if we have minor changes, there's still a limitation to the changes we can make at that time. So one of the wonderful things about this study session is that hopefully it'll be kind of a model for things we do going forward, where we're having these study sessions past that early phase of getting entitlements completed, all the zoning code, land use amendments, et cetera, really giving design guidelines for our applicant and for staff that we can then use to judge SPAR when we get a final application later. The other note about this is the first kind of development that we have as part of a larger area that'll frankly make up our city's urban core. Yes, it's by the river, but it's connected right by our transit station and theoretically adjacent to most of our higher density housing, or at least would have been had some of those projects gone through in the past. So the design language that we try to kind of set forward tonight and in future meetings may very well help inform the design language for the rest of the area. Now with that brief aside, I'd like to call our planning manager, Andrew Triple, up to present.
Great. Thank you, Chair, for that excellent introduction. And good evening, Commissioners. We are very excited to bring the Oyster Cove project back to you at this concept design study session to have a conversation and a bit of ideation around the design elements that are important to us and start to establish some guidance for the applicant team as they transition from concept design to design development. And so the purpose, of course, is to solicit your input and non-binding comments, specifically concerning architectural style preferences, bulk height and color of proposed structures, landscaping, and other details such as site furnishings and wayfinding and so forth that can inform design development. And so as a bit of background, many of you will remember when Oyster Cove project, when the Phase 1 entitlements came forward in May of 2023, and the Commission's unanimous recommendation to City Council to adopt or approve those entitlements. Those Phase 1 entitlements consisted of the Mitigated Negative Declaration CEQA document and a mitigation monitoring and reporting program, which will be implemented through Phase 2 site plan and architectural review, as well as subsequent construction activity. The general plan amendment to change the land use designation to mixed use from a river-dependent industrial, and then a smart code regulating plan amendment or a rezoning to rezone to Urban Center T5, which is the implementing zoning district for the mixed use general plan designation in the smart code plan area. And then finally, a tentative map for subdivision and condominium purposes. That approved tentative map divided the project site into 22 lots with 132 airspace condominiums and approximately 9,000 square feet of commercial space. And at that time, associated smart code warrant requests were approved. Site plan and architectural review, typically the Commission would review a site plan as part of a proposed project development. Because this project was divided into two phases, the site plan, for all intents and purposes, was established when the tentative map was approved by City Council. So to that degree, the applicant team, in working and moving forward into site plan and architectural review, is relying upon that tentative map for much of their site plan. We may find as we talk in conversation this evening that some things could change, but certainly with regard to building layout, lot, arrangement, circulation, and so forth that's been previously established. And so here we have an image of the site plan. It shows the variety of buildings and how those units are divided. So we've got a couple of buildings that are fronting East D Street that we'll be talking about this evening, specifically the use, but then also the design requirements for the shopfront frontage. Then down here in the lower left-hand corner, I want to point out the oyster shed. The adaptive reuse of the existing building is still planned as part of the Oyster Cove project. They will be proposing a two-phase redevelopment of that building so that that specific adaptive reuse is sensitive to market needs and desires. And then we'll talk through the remainder of the project from a variety of perspectives, focusing on the building form, architectural details, landscaping, and so forth. So the approved smart code warrants are important because in some instances they allow the project to move forward from phase one, but in other instances they will be applicable to phase two. So there was a bit of pre-planning in order to ensure that warrants that may have been anticipated or may be needed are available. And so you'll note that some of these warrants do have "if required" after them, and that denotes that if it's necessary, that flexibility is being provided. And if we think about the smart code warrants process as compared to a variance within the zoning, the smart code warrants are similar to variances, except that they're intended to be a tool to provide flexibility. And so they get delivered a bit differently, and I think they can be thought about a bit differently than we would think about a variance, which is a strict deviation from the zoning code for extenuating circumstances. So quickly to run through the smart code warrants, the first one is to remove the required Hopper Loop Road. That was accomplished with adoption of the tentative map. Then we have a modification to allow a minimum ground floor ceiling height of 9 feet if required, to allow commercial use activity within the minimum 30-foot ground floor space depth if required, to reduce the minimum lot size width to 16 feet and depth to 36 feet if required. This is really setting, likely has been implemented as well when we think about that the tentative map established the lot configurations as well as the subdivision of each of the lots for condominium purposes. And then if required, to modify the minimum main body width to 16 to 34 feet. I believe that was a reduction from the original minimum main body width of 18 feet to 60 feet. And then to eliminate the private open space requirement for these townhome building types. This is important and also has been implemented again with the adoption of the site plan. But I say it's important because we have this project that's uniquely situated in great proximity to a variety of outdoor opportunities, ranging from a steamer landing park, the future Petaluma Riverfront Park, as well as to downtown and a variety of outdoor entertainment options. So in that sense, the project is really leveraging existing and future planned public spaces, as well as the historic downtown area to create those outdoor opportunities for residents. And then finally, to allow the enclosed parking to encroach into the required second layer. So there are some anticipated modifications that the applicants have asked planning and that the commission will be asked to consider as part of the SPAR application. The first is to change the planned live, work, and corner unit at East D and Copeland Streets to what would amount to a vertical mixed-use unit with a full-on ground floor commercial retail space fronting the intersection. This is, I think, a great way to enliven that intersection, as well as to eventually complement commercial development at the other points of the intersection. And it would also increase foot traffic and support that commercial space on the ground floor. The next is to redesignate the other live-work units as residential units, provided that the ground level space could be used for a home occupation space while implementing the required shopfront frontage. And the application team is fully prepared to talk through why they will be requesting this modification, both in terms of demand for commercial space as well as just the unique situation that the project presents as they implement required public improvements along East D Street. So then next, and I believe this was also brought up in a public comment provided by the Friends for Our Riverfront, but the request to relocate the tot lot from within the project's northern private space to a location along the river between the project site and the David Yearsley River Heritage Center, which would be on city-owned park land. And, based upon this description and discussion with the applicant, planning staff is supportive of this proposal. This would allow the tot lot to be placed in a public location to increase access to the tot lot, because it would be available for both public use and use by the residents of Oyster Cove. Whereas if located within the Oyster Cove development, that would be in private space and use could be restricted to residents of Oyster Cove only. Additionally, with moving it to a more public space, safety and security is enhanced through greater usability, as well as just the visual of being near the river and being close to the ongoing development of the Steamer Landing Park, as well as the future Petaluma Riverfront Park. And then finally is a request to adopt a two-phased approach to the adaptive reuse of the oyster shed. And this is what I meant earlier, or referred to earlier. In the first phase, the goal would be to refresh the building to ensure that it's structurally sound and provide an accessible and safe public gathering area. And then, which means that it would be open and it would be available. But then the second phase would be to develop the oyster shed with intentionality. And that development would be based upon partnerships with future tenants. So it would be informed by tenant opportunities going forward. And I'm sure the applicant team will also be able to talk more about this. So briefly, to reflect upon some of the design input that the Planning Commission and the City Council provided during Phase 1 entitlement review. If you recall that one of the final requests of both the Commission and the Council during their public hearings was to reflect upon some thoughts that they might have about design attributes or characteristics, and to share those in anticipation of today's study session, as well as the formal SPAR application. So just briefly, I'll run through these themes because I know the applicant team is prepared to talk through them more deeply, as well as extend upon them. But both the Commission and Council sought aesthetic variation. They felt it was important that the design is influenced by nature and sensitive to the environment. And then to have a sensitive design approach to the buildings themselves, being very conscious of the details of the design and how they can enhance the overall aesthetic quality. And then finally, with the oyster shed building, the goal was or desire to have a defined use of that building as opposed to an unsupervised open pavilion. If you recall, we looked at a couple of options for the Oyster Cove building. The first option was to tenant that building for commercial use, and then the second option was to essentially create a public open space with that pavilion. And then to maximize river-dependent uses, such as maybe a kayak rental or another use that may take advantage of the river frontage for entertainment purposes. And then finally, to consider food and beverage, where people would be attracted to the oyster shed and to enjoy their time spent on the river as well as alongside the river. And so this, I think, is what brings us to this. And this is, I want to reflect on this diagram for a moment because it was very important, I felt, listening to the Commission's recommendations and desires to see projects earlier. And we went through that. in great detail with Scannell. And while Scannell was able to pull back and sort of come back forward, I think at their last study session with those conceptual designs, we're hoping to get it a bit more right, if you will, with Oyster Cove and then going forward as well. So just as Chair pointed out in his opening remarks, this is an experiment in a way, but it's an experiment that we're hoping to refine and to more fully implement with new development projects going forward. So the typical design process ranges from 5 to 7 steps. The architect team would be able to answer any questions about this, about what it's like in reality as they implement these steps. But they start with a sort of a pre-concept design phase, and that's really where the design team is downloading from the development team, from their clients, what they want out of the project. And so some people might refer to that as sort of a back of the napkin sketch of some project ideas. And then as they move forward into concept design, it starts to take more shape. But at that point in time, the design is still malleable, and you can still look at goals that you want to achieve and make some decisions about which directions you want to take. And then the third step is design development. That's where you really start to get baked. And as Chair pointed out, where it's more difficult to respond to review authority requests, to consider alternatives. You've really made some decisions and put them down on paper. When we receive a SPAR application, we expect it to be at design development stage. It has to be at design development stage in order for us to conduct planning review. Otherwise, we don't have enough detailed information in order to review for compliance and consistency. The problem is that if we take our first look at it during design development stage, then it's very challenging to go back and rethink some things. So the alternative we're suggesting here is that in study session prior to site plan and architectural review, we look at the design and we provide input related to architectural style, and that style is very dependent upon site-specific considerations as well as the context of the immediate surroundings. Asked to look at bulk height roof lines of proposed structures as well as the building materials and colors, the landscaping materials and arrangements. In this project in particular, the landscape areas are fairly well established through the approved site plan. So we're really looking at how those areas fill in and are designed out through not just landscaping materials, but also furnishings, benches, and perhaps other artistic types of elements. Then, which that also includes then the site furnishings, materials, and location, and then wayfinding signage and those installation locations and other details. That was very important to the property owners and the users of the peninsula lands at the Steamer Landing Park, as well as at the future Petaluma Riverfront Park. So we definitely want to draw attention to that. So again, our goal this evening is to work here kind of in stage 2 in anticipation of stage 3 and really set us all up for a very strong performance as we get that site plan and architectural review application and move forward into both planning review and then the subsequent public review before the Planning Commission. So our ask of the Commission this evening is to reflect upon the principles and themes that were articulated through the Phase 1 work, consider the ideas generated by the applicant team and that will be presented to you this evening. My presentation notably lacks in interesting visuals, and that's because the design team will have an inspiring presentation for you. And then to provide input and non-binding comments to help the team advance the project's design to that design development stage. So in one way, we want to think about the input and comments, perhaps not necessarily as being highly specific, but as guiding the design, allowing the design team to make decisions about elements of the project that you find important. And while I was thinking about it, one example that you might want to consider, oops, I'm not sure what happened there, if we think about, there we go. If we think about the importance of front doors and front porches, and how highly recognizable they are when we look at residential development in historic downtown area, in those neighborhoods that are very close to downtown, and how they really celebrate the front door. So an appropriate design guideline may be that, that the project's design should celebrate those front entryways. It's not going to go so specific as saying, by using wood doors, perhaps, or providing dimensions of doors. But it would give that guidance for the design team to make some decisions then, and to understand what the Planning Commission would like to see, especially from the front door areas or main entry areas of the townhomes. And so in that sense, then our goal is hopefully to be able to take your input to craft some design guidelines that then both the applicant team, planning, and then eventually you can use when you do your formal SPAR review at a public hearing later in the year. And so with that, I'm happy to answer any questions about the process or any other questions you might have. And I know that the applicant team has a presentation as well. Thank you.
Does anyone have questions for Andrew? Roger.
Andrew, the materials and images that were presented in prior submittals to get it to this point, to what degree are they an indication of what's committed to, or are they just images that don't relate to where we are now?
Well, that's a great question. I know that the feedback that you gave based upon those images was collected and is reflected in this design input matrix. And I know that the design team has looked very closely at that feedback and taken it to heart. So I would say it was important feedback, and it was useful. And maybe this evening is extending upon those preferences.
Go ahead.
This is kind of a question. I just want to confirm on attachment 3, page 9, we list the protections for sea level rise. I just want to make sure that matches what we reviewed in those phase 1 entitlements. I assume it would, but yeah, I just want to make sure all those same protections that made us feel good about how they're responding are mirrored here.
So that was a very important part of the phase 1 process. And staff is not, since this is a preliminary review, staff has not done a specific analysis of the phase 2 information that was submitted. I believe that is information that was pulled forward from phase 1, so it should be consistent with what you reviewed in phase 1. But we will be going back because, of course, between phase 1 and phase 2, we've also brought forward the sea level rise mapping that's been done as part of the general plan update. And so we'll want to look at the project within that context as well, and to understand how the project would perform with the information that we have from the modeling.
Okay, great. So it's either going to match what was in phase 1, you guys will check that, or even be something better. Great.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Andrew? No. Well, thank you very much. And with that, I will ask the applicant team to come forward.
Well, Andrew gets that set up. Hello again. Great to be here once again. It's been a little while. So to remind you, my name is Keith McCoy with Urban Mixed Development. We are the developer of Oyster Cove through the phase 1 entitlements. We've got some new team members here tonight, so I'm going to introduce those folks in a second. We're going to go through, as Andrew said, we're going to go through hopefully a fairly short presentation at a pretty high level, conceptual architecture, building upon what we showed you in phase 1 as we went through the tentative map. So we've taken it to the next level. It's not quite yet design development stage. Tonight's conceptual level. And the whole intent is to get everybody's input so that we can put together a formal and full SPAR application, which probably come in sometime in March. Still nothing? Yep. Oh, here we go. Next. So tonight, again, we're going to go through who we are. We're the proponents, but we'll go through on the next slide a little bit more. We're going to talk a little bit about the setting, the context, recap the input that you've all previously provided to us, as well as the community at large and other groups we've met with. And we're going to go through the conceptual architecture and the vision for the landscape plan, which is similar to what you've seen before, but a little bit more detail. Next slide. So since we all last met, and since we got the project approved, Scott Ward, my partner with Urban Mix, we interviewed quite a few builder partners to come on board and help us bring this project to fruition and bring it out of the ground, in essence. We talked to a lot of the builders that you all know here in Petaluma and others throughout the Bay Area, and we ended up selecting Brookfield Properties. This is a company that I've known for over 25 years. I know their senior leadership. We're currently working with them on other projects in the Bay Area, so we have a good understanding of their capabilities. And what they bring to the table for us and for this community in particular is that they're not just home builders, they develop master plan communities. They have the resources, they have the creativity, they have the long-term vision, and they also kind of very mesh with our thought process of how we design communities, more of a collaborative way, working with the community and figuring out what makes things tick and unique and special, like here in Petaluma. So we're really happy that they wanted to come and join in partnership with us and develop this project. So Mandy from Brookfield is going to get up in just a second and talk a little bit more about Brookfield. I just think it's really important to kind of set the stage for you. They have not built homes here or developed in Petaluma, to my knowledge, but they are doing work up in Runner Park and other parts of the Bay Area. So they're going to explain a little bit about that. The other team member that's new is KTGY Architects, another firm, again, I've been working with since the 90s, and very well adept at doing this higher density infill kind of homes, like the townhomes we're proposing here, that are on a very tight site, that are very, very kind of in a challenged location. KTGY is up to the task, and from what I've seen so far, that what they're refining is pretty nice. So they're here tonight as well. The rest of the team is the same. CBG is our civil engineer. Angelo's here to talk about if you have a question about sea level rise or any of the other civil engineering issues, Angelo can answer those. Annika from Ripley, our landscape architect, is here. And Barry, of course, our planner from Urban Design Associates is here. He's going to do a little bit of talking as well. So I just want to say thank you again. We're really excited about being back in front of you. And, you know, this is just one meeting. We'll probably have one or two, maybe one more before we move on. So I'll turn it over to Mandy, and she can present a little bit of background on Brookfield. So thank you.
I just wanted to say thank you to the city staff and planning commissioners. I know you guys have put in a lot of hard work and dedication leading up to tonight on this beautiful project. My name is Mandy. I'm with Brookfield Residential, and I'm the Director of Forward Planning. At Brookfield Properties, placemaking is the essence of every one of our communities. We excel at establishing places and activating them to their full potential. We pride ourselves on transforming neighborhoods into destinations where people want to live. We are different from other home builders in that we are both a home builder as well as a master plan developer, so placemaking is at the forefront of everything that we do. Not far from here is one of our master plan communities in Roner Park, known as University District. That encompasses approximately 300 acres and 1,645 homes. Our communities are distinguished by the extra lengths that we go in the home building process in order to guarantee the highest quality. Early on in our home building process, we engage with members of our construction team, structural engineers, solar consultants, to make sure that our designs are well thought out. Our diversity, collaboration, partnership with our top-notch consultants, and our dedication ensures that we will deliver an exceptional home. This will be apparent when KTGY shares the site plan. This project, as mentioned before, is 5 different building types with 13 different plan variations. That's not typically a production home builder approach, but we wanted to embrace the key features of the waterfront and also the walkability to downtown. I hope this demonstrates our strong commitment to the community, integrity, and the drive to create one of the best places to call home. As KTGY is presenting, please keep in mind that at Brookfield, we do livability surveys that help us raise the bar to emphasize what genuine needs our residents desire. Feedback we get from all of our home buyers is important, and it's one of the driving factors in some of the elements that you'll see tonight. Again, I want to thank you for your time and express how important it is for us to partner with you and collaborate on Oyster Cove and ensure that this community is something that we're all proud of. And with that, I'll introduce Barry.
Thank you, Mandy, and good evening, Commission members and Councilmember Cater Thompson. It's nice to be back again. It seems like about every 6 months I get to see all of you, at least between Council and Planning Commission. But we're thrilled to bring Oyster Cove back before you tonight. It's been almost a year. As Keith and Mandy said, Brookfield's been added to the team, as has KTGY. Brookfield's a client of ours. We collaborate with KTGY on a regular basis, so as well as all members of the consult team. So this should be a seamless process, and we're excited about it. We'd also like to thank Andrew Triple and staff for their diligent work on Oyster Cove all the way through. They've been a pleasure to work with. Not that they're not tough on us, they are, but we do appreciate the level of dialogue that we've had all the way along. So I'm going to build a little bit of a bridge here from the planning approvals up to the architecture, and then David Burton and Annika are going to present the architecture and the landscape design after I'm done. So my portion will be short this evening. But as you know, we went through a community engagement process, which actually included an early study session with you on the land planning piece. But we went through a community engagement process to get to phase 1 entitlements. Andrew ran you through them: CEQA, general plan amendment, zoning map, tentative map, smart code warrants. Unanimous recommendation from Planning Commission last May. However, full disclosure, Chair Hopper had to recuse himself that evening, I believe because you lived in proximity to the site. And Commission member Moses is new. So welcome. I'm glad you can both participate this evening. And then it was passed unanimously by City Council in September. I don't know if Andrew mentioned it or not, but we do have 99 conditions of approval. So I just want you to know that things that you said, got delivered to City Council, and it is a very tight entitlement, I would say. Next, Andrew, please. So as Andrew mentioned, we have an approved tentative map, which really means the layout of the major elements is set, including our lanes, the placement of buildings. Really important are pedestrian and bike infrastructure, improvements to the existing streets. You'll remember we don't have any new streets, but improvements to existing streets. And then our approach to sea level rise, our stormwater management system, utilities, and so on, things that you would find in a tentative map. And we do, I don't know if we like being a model, but we don't mind being a model. We think this two-step process actually allows us to have a better dialogue at scale on these different issues rather than trying to do the whole thing at once. So we're supportive of your pursuing this approach in the future. Next, Andrew. Some of the things that we wanted to point out our proposed design for D Street is the same as you saw last spring. David will get into this. We have an architectural perspective. He can explain a little bit more of the site section that gets you from D Street back to the building frontage, but the same design concept. Something that was a work in progress, let's say, was the EVA location. We need an EVA location. We brought 2 before you. By the time we got to council, that had been resolved. We'd worked out an easement with our neighbor, Vulcan, and the EVA location is going to be at the top of the site out to Hopper, and that's illustrated here, so that's now resolved. And then as Andrew said, Planning Commission actually, it might even have been as early as our study session, asked that we add a tot lot, which we did. That went through the approval process. And since this is a work in progress, we have more work to do on this, especially in terms of location. And I think also the articulation of it. We've talked a lot about the incredible environment that we're in, but we wanted to have maybe a more organic feel than what was presented in the deck that you have tonight. So this is a work in progress. I'll say with 100% certainty, we're going to come back to you with a different design. So you can be critical of that design. That's not what we're going to come back with, nor that location, likely. But what we would like you to talk about is, at a high level, is this still an idea that we should be working on? Next. So community engagement, a very important part of our process. We documented and appreciate the comments that we received from Planning Commission and the residents during phase 1 of the entitlement process. And the engagement process has continued. We made an offer for individual meetings with all of you. And I'm sure when you get to your asking of questions, we'll all disclose who met with us. But that was part of it because we want early input. And for those of you that met with us, you'll see things have already changed in just a week's time. We also have the study session tonight, again, new to the process. And then Brookfield will be hosting a neighborhood meeting in the coming weeks, likely later this month, and that'll be noticed. Next. So for those of you that might be new in the audience tonight, the site's so well located in the heart of Petaluma's pedestrian and bike network, both completed and the pieces which are still a work in progress. We're also close to a lot of dining and grocery options, which is fantastic. But as a 15-minute neighborhood apiece, we snap into like a puzzle piece, Petaluma's 15-minute neighborhood aspiration right in the center, and we want to be a model for that. And it continues to be central talking point and something that's very important to us. Next, Andrew. So our context, again, for those that are new, to the left across the street, obviously the site's in orange. We have the transit mall, smart station, and future development sites, which you've all looked at before, and I'm sure you'll continue to look at. And then on the other side, our neighbor, Steamer Landing Park and the Heritage Center, and then beyond that, Petaluma River Park. But the site is incredibly well situated, but just a really unique opportunity that we remain excited about. Next. So the importance of this site, really one of the key important things is that it's a link, a critical connection between the station area where our transit facilities are and future development and the parks. I think we said last time we have over 30 acres of park there that we're directly connected to, but we have this site that's largely fenced off today in between, and this is a great opportunity to open up riverfront access to everybody and create a connection. Next. But when we get into the architecture and the landscape design, but we'll talk about architecture for a minute, which we're here to discuss tonight, it's really a fascinating question. And I think all of you agreed last time we were here that you'll know it when you see it. But the stationary really is its own neighborhood because most of it is going to be redeveloped over time. And the buildings that are there today, and there are some very nice buildings from different eras, like our Oyster Shed building or the train station or the downtown River Apartments, but nothing has really set the vision for where we're going to go in the future. And I say that in terms of what we heard from all of you in the public. So tonight we're not only talking about what kind of architecture we're going to do at Oyster Cove, but also setting, I think, the guidelines or the patterns for, to inform how this entire area is going to be built out. And so we look forward to your comments related to that. Next. So the vision is still to integrate smart growth principles as we create an activated waterfront destination. Next. The site plan, again, is largely the same. Some of the key things that have been brought forward are shop fronts along D Street. We also have the entire plan built on a walkable and bike-friendly foundation. It's really key thing in the planning. It started with that. And also, not, I don't think mentioned tonight, but the 15% affordable for sale, which again is unusual to the neighborhood, how for sale is, how affordable is being handled, will be scattered throughout the plan. That's still part of the plan. Next. I'm sure you're wondering, how do we get diversity when our building type is townhouses? One of the really interesting things here is the site has such an interesting configuration that it drove 5 different building designs to kind of solve the puzzle. And there's also some elevation variation. So built into the site plan, and David Burton will speak to this in a few minutes, there's just a tremendous amount of diversity built in right out of the gate, and we're excited about that because that helps really give you a feeling of authenticity and smaller scale and not have it look like a project. Next. So the design principles that we discussed at the end of our meeting with you here in May, we already started the architectural discussion, but we had heard previously from you these things: integrity, that it should be authentic, local references, diversity of elevations, simple building forms, utilitarian industrial materials, and a mix of subdued colors. But we asked you that evening to react to those again and maybe elaborate on them a little bit. Next. So at the end of a very late night, those of you who were here voting that night actually gave us these comments. So integrity is still at the top of the list, that the architecture should and landscape should have integrity. But this inspiration from Petaluma as a river town was important. The aesthetic variation in terms of fenestration, textures, and building to building is important. Influenced by nature and sensitive to the environment. So inclusion of wood, which is very difficult in your waterfront context because wood rots, but bringing in wood material or the appearance of wood, roof gardens, balconies, vertical garden elements, and native landscape. And then under sensitive design, shadow lines, window placement, contrast with the industrial, a general preference for modern architecture. And then tie design elements to the oyster shed. And then finally, on the oyster shed itself, a defined use versus a supervised open pavilion. We presented to you both options that evening, and there was a clear preference for that option. So that's the option that we're carrying forward, that there'll be a defined use. Maximize river-dependent uses, and then include a food and beverage element in that building. And those are all things we're still pursuing. Next. Oh, and David Burton is up next from KTGY and will be available to answer questions.
Thank you, Barry. And thank you to Andrew for the time you spent with us so far. It's been really helpful in helping develop the designs. As Barry said, my name is David Burton. I'm associate principal with KTGY. We work on housing at all different scales and levels all around the Bay Area. In fact, we are a national firm, so we work around the nation, but we have good solid base here in Oakland, and we work a lot in Petaluma, up here in North Bay, all around the Bay Area. As we started into this, great base set by Barry and the planning team for what's a fantastic, spectacular site. As we settled into this, we started looking around, what are precedents that we can use, both local and regional precedents. And so on the screen are a number of things that we are looking at, but I also want to emphasize that we've looked at these precedents for general architectural expression, but you will not see specific references to any of these buildings in the architecture that we've developed. With regard to the Petaluma imagery, we looked at these local precedents as working waterfront buildings in general. What we find most authentic about them is their simple and direct expression of the adage form follows function. They are simple, efficient building forms with repetitive window forms, and very little about them is purely decorative, yet they have an elegance and beauty about them. And what interests us about the Bay Area modern imagery, or perhaps more accurately defined as Northern California modernism, is that it is developed as a distinct character that sets it apart from modern design that one sees in Southern California, the rest of the U.S., and around the world. Modern architecture in the Bay Area eschews machine-like design that is set apart from the landscape and rather looks to massing and geometry that embraces the landscape, incorporates natural materials, and has a human scale and dimension. Indoor-outdoor connections are emphasized and building forms inflect to respond to their context. Our goal with the designs for this site is to blend the best of these two inspirations and create buildings that sit naturally in their waterfront setting, employ forms and rhythms that express in 3 dimensions the simple patterns of their floor plans, are modern and not nostalgic, and incorporate colors and materials that are welcome and give the buildings a human scale. I also appreciated Chairman Hooper's comments about how this project can set a tone for future projects in the surrounding district, and we look forward to getting your help and comments in developing just that. Next slide. Working from our sources of inspiration, we established a number of design guidelines related to massing, composition, materials, and colors that have helped us to develop the designs that you'll see tonight. To knit together these buildings that respond to the ins and outs of the waterfront setting, we have designed very compact buildings that have simple geometries, buildings that are reminiscent of those one might find along a working waterfront. We are employing simple rhythms of repeating elements to create strong overall building compositions, while at the same time giving articulation to the individual homes. We're using a combination of flat roofs and gable roof forms and varied roof heights to ensure variety in forms and silhouettes as you move about the site and get different perspectives. The townhomes have a natural rhythm built into their floor plans, with each home having a front door, a second floor balcony, and large windows in the upper floor bedrooms. We have used this pattern to our advantage to create elevations that have strong rhythms. And at the same time, we're designing in different ways of expressing these elements, employing local asymmetries and varying colors and materials so that there's a high degree of visual variety between the different building types. Next slide, please. The practical reality of designing and constructing of townhomes is that a primary exterior material will be stucco. In this case, we think this works to our advantage, helping to articulate a reading of simple, crisp geometric forms and acting as a neutral backdrop to other more vibrant colors and materials. Accent materials such as tongue and groove siding, wood look siding, and brick are employed to highlight special forms and give each building type a unique personality. To emphasize front doors to homes and give them a warmth and inviting feel, we have concentrated use of the wood look siding at these locations. Brick is used on the buildings facing D Street and the Oyster Shed to relate these buildings both in form and scale to buildings one sees in downtown Petaluma. Blue and green tones are incorporated on buildings facing the river and McNear Canal to relate to the waterfront setting in the nearby park environment. Next slide. This aerial view of the site will give you some sense of the varied massing and roof forms on the site. This mix helps to create visual variety on the site, and the different roof forms are also useful in responding to solar orientation needs to ensure that all of the homes can achieve the goal of being zero net electric. This need to accommodate solar installations does limit our ability to incorporate some amenities such as roof balconies, but we have incorporated them in limited locations where we can. One other site factor that I should mention here is how fire access has influenced the shape of these buildings. Due to the tight constraints on the site, we are not able to provide aerial apparatus access to all the buildings. As an alternative, we're providing ground ladder access on the alley sides of all the buildings. In this aerial perspective, you can see this access. It is the areas on the alley sides of each building that have a sloped roof. This sloped area provides multiple points of ladder access to the roofs of each building, and one added benefit in our eyes of this strategy is that it builds in some natural variation to the roof lines designs on the back sides of all the buildings. Buildings facing D Street and lining the west edge of McNear Canal have flat roofs. This gives the buildings on D Street a distinct look and feel. Many of these buildings have their long axis oriented north-south, and the flat roof form is ideal for having the maximum roof area available for solar panels. Buildings facing McNear Canal and the Petaluma River are a mix of gable roofs and flat roofs. The mix helps us create different architecture along the waterfront. The gable roof forms primarily have their long axis oriented east-west, allowing us to have generous south-facing sloped roofs optimized for solar panels. Next slide. Here we have a view along the D Street frontage. This street frontage has many components, so before I talk about the architecture, I'd like to do a quick review of what you see here. First, you see the Class 4 separated bike lane with a landscape buffer between the vehicular traffic and the bike lane. Second is a wide sidewalk, and then a 5-foot transition zone with landscaping and stairs that leads to a 8-foot wide raised promenade. And that raised promenade is part of the sea level rise protection plan for the site. Near the oyster shed, this grade difference is 0 and transitions to a maximum height of about 3 feet at the intersection with Copeland Street. The promenade provides public accessibility to each of these buildings. All 21 of the units facing D Street and the oyster shed have shop fronts consistent with the city's smart code. These shop fronts are set up for primarily home occupation uses as has been worked out with city staff, and we're working with city staff on the details of those designs. We're utilizing brick at the first 2 floors of the street facade, along with projecting balconies and roof canopies to relate to the pedestrian promenade, the sidewalk, and the bike lane, to give the buildings a good human scale right there at the street. Second floor balconies, along with large areas of glass, give good eyes on the street and provide glimpses of daily life within the homes. The third floor is set back slightly and given a bit of variation in plane both horizontally and vertically. This helps keep emphasis on the pedestrian level of the streets while also giving a varied roof silhouette as the buildings are seen from the ground level. Next slide. This is a view of McNear Canal, which shows how we're using varied roof forms to create unique architecture out along the waterfront. You can also see how we've given each townhome a balcony facing the water so that each home can engage with the waterfront, and this also ensures that there are good eyes on the waterfront trail. Next slide. This view along the waterfront trail, along the river, shows how we're employing that same strategy with the balconies and such to provide visual variety and interest along the waterfront, engage the homes with the river, and also, again, provide safe eyes on the trail environment. Next slide. This is a view of one of the typical interior lanes on the site. The paving in these lanes is permeable pavers that assist in draining and treating stormwater runoff on the site. They also have the advantage of creating a warm and attractive driving and walking surface along a route that residents will travel every day. The rhythm of bays that we have established on the fronts of the townhomes is repeated on the rears of the buildings, and we are carrying the accent materials through here also to give the lanes a good amount of visual variety and interest. Between the garage doors, there will be planting pockets allowing for the introduction of color and texture and natural planting and native plantings into the lanes and soften the environment. Next slide. In order to customize the architecture to best fit the constraints of the site, we have developed 5 distinct building types. Each of these building types has unique floor plans that allow the buildings to fit together on the site like a jigsaw puzzle. We've taken advantage of that in giving each building type a unique architectural expression. There are, as you can see, similarities between the buildings, the rhythms of the individual units, the consistent second floor balconies, and the patterns of front doors. But each of those elements is given a different expression to achieve variety within an overall unity. On the following slides, I'll talk more detail about each of the individual building types and the forms and materials that establish their character. I think it's important to emphasize that each building should stand on its own as a well-designed piece, but just as important is how these designs work together as an ensemble. We look forward to your input as we go through the evening to talk about how we can best achieve that that ensemble effect to create a beautiful neighborhood that everyone can be proud of. Next slide. On this slide, we've given a perspective view of each of those different building types. When you see them from eye level, which is how they will be perceived along D Street and from the waterfront trails along McNear Canal and the river, you can better see the differences in massing, roof silhouette, balcony designs, and material use. Next slide. This is what we're calling our type A buildings. These are the shallowest buildings and are set across McNear Channel from one another. They're the dark, one of them you can see in the dark spot that's on the little key plan. The repeating roof shed form takes its cues from both of our sources of inspiration. You can see in these forms the memory of utilitarian factories and waterfront warehouse structures, but you can also see echoes of the shed roof forms one might find at Sea Ranch or in other mid-century modern buildings around Northern California. Next slide. The Type B buildings are found in the transition zone between D Street and McNear Canal. The defining material and color palette of these buildings, dark frame balconies and warm wood look siding, takes its cues from the more recent Northern California modern buildings. Next slide. The Type C buildings are our most common building on the type on the site. These buildings line the Petaluma River and are scattered on both the north and south edges of McNear Canal. These buildings have a long gable roof that distinguishes them from the A, B, D, and E building types, which have flat roofs, and which works well to optimize roof surfaces for solar access. The end units on these buildings have roof balconies that give them a distinct roof line and take advantage of their location adjacent to the water. The color palette of these buildings, introducing some blues and greens, sets them apart from the other buildings and draws inspiration from both the waterfront setting and the adjacent open space. Next slide. The Type D buildings line the east and west shores of McNear Canal. They draw inspiration from simple waterfront warehouse structures in their straightforward massing and simple rhythms. Generous use of wood look siding at the first and second floors on these buildings soften this utilitarian massing and bring a warm and welcoming feel to the entries and the balconies of these homes. Next. And finally, the Type E buildings are the ones that front onto D Street and face towards the Oyster Shed. As I mentioned before, a brick arcade gives strong emphasis to the street front pedestrian level of these buildings and gives them both stature and warmth. Projecting balconies and roof eaves reinforce this two-story arcade. Wood look siding is added to bring additional warmth and scale to the buildings. As noted earlier, the ground floor of each unit you see here is set up to accommodate home occupation uses. We're including a significant amount of glazing at these frontages, while also looking to provide a sense of privacy and security to the residents of these townhomes. Many of the shop fronts have raised windowsills, which is consistent with the tradition of shopfront designs that you might find in many of the shop fronts along Petaluma Boulevard downtown. So that gives you a real quick overview of the various designs we have for the townhomes. We look forward to getting your input, and we're certainly available to answer any questions you might have about the designs. And then I think we have one or two slides of the Oyster Shed. So just to speak about the Oyster Shed very briefly, this is the way it looks today. We're in the midst of considering different design options for how that's going to look. So we don't have that here for you tonight. It's not fully fleshed out, but we hope to have that here as soon as we can to get your input on how we can revitalize that building and make it an integral part of the community. Thanks.
Hello. My name is Annika Carpenter, and I'm the landscape architect that is collaborating on this project. Through the landscape design, we are trying to establish and emphasize a connective network between the residential development and the various surrounding natural areas, while providing access to transit and paying homage to the Oyster Shed building. The development provides multi-use access for bicycles and pedestrians while providing intimate settings for the residents within the development. Our planting theme provides drought-tolerant, low-maintenance, and habitat-friendly shrubs, grasses, trees, and ground covers that are appropriate to blend into the natural areas surrounding the development. Finally, we are proposing improvements to D Street and amenities such as the Riverfront Trail, a tot lot and picnic area, as well as seating opportunities throughout the community. Next slide. By improving the D Street frontage, we are providing better access to Steamer Landing Park, the Riverwalk Park Trail, and the Oyster Shack building. Here on the screen, you see the D Street frontage site plan. We're creating different spaces through a series of raised plaza retaining walls, with buffer planting to help define the overall uses. These retaining walls create separation between the daily commute corridor of D Street at street level with the live-work residences. Along the sidewalk are staircases, ramps, and other access points to the live-work units, the Riverwalk Trail, and the new walk that leads to Steamer Landing Park. You can see from the street section at the bottom of the slide the elevation change between the street and live-work units. Also, you can see that the bicyclists have their own bike lane that is separated from the street by a planted median island and separated from the sidewalk by a row of street trees. Through this design, D Street frontage will be improved as well as sorry, let me start over again. Through this design, D Street frontage will be improved as well as provide access to new and existing amenities. Next slide. The site furnishings throughout the project are modern in appearance to complement the architectural styles. We also have selected a slate gray color so that they blend into the surrounding environment. Attention was paid to select furnishings that are simple in appearance and high quality for their longevity. Next slide. When it comes to planting, there are many layers to consider when putting a project together. We have created what we like to refer to as a robust planting palette. We have taken these layers and these parameters to create an appropriate planting palette that ties in with the overall context and everything that we are trying to achieve. We considered plants that are drought tolerant, so we are cognizant of how much water we are using. That's obviously important. We also consider plant material that's lower maintenance, so there is less work involved to maintain the plants. A critical element is to select plants that are size appropriate. Developments are becoming more dense, and selecting plant material that fits into planting spaces is critical. A lot of times we are left with very narrow, long spots where it's difficult to find plants to fill the spot correctly. Most of the time you have to end up trimming off all the vital blooms and leaves to maintain the plants if they are not sized appropriately. Lastly, we are trying to incorporate a generous amount of native plants to help support the biodiversity of the area. In this community, we also have to think about the high water table when selecting the trees. If the trees will not tolerate the soggy soil, they will not survive. The palette that we have presented proposes a diverse selection of plants to fit all the needs of the development. We have reviewed the letter from Relief and studied their suggested plants on their website, and we will do our best to incorporate those plants into the project. Next slide. And this is more of the plant material. And then the next slide is more of the plant material. So we have concentrated plants on helping the insect community as well as the wildlife, the bird community of the existing wetlands. So next slide. The tot lot and picnic area, we've already heard some discussion about this already, but based on the discussion with Andrew Triple, we have developed an initial working concept for the tot lot adjacent to the existing Heritage Center. The design includes a play structure, 2 picnic tables, bench seating around the play area, and an overlook area with a bench at the river trail. Supporting amenities such as trash receptacles and bike racks are also included. The surrounding landscape would have many native shrubs and ground covers to support the native habitat and blend into the existing grasslands. We are in agreement to have a working session with the Friends of the Riverfront to discuss a design, location, and appearance. And based on their input, we will refine the design and submit with our formal application. Next slide. The play equipment and site furnishings have been selected to coordinate with the site furnishings of the development and the modern theming of the architecture, but they may be subject to change. So our design approach too, I just wanted to also say that our design approach with the plantings will be to use mostly, we will try to use natives. I'm expecting that the natives will more likely be on the periphery of the project where we have a little bit more open space and can use natives which tend to be more sprawling in nature and wider plants, and then plants that are more drought resistant. Fortunately, nowadays we have dwarf varieties of plants that are Mediterranean in nature that can fit in these small, narrow spaces that tend to be creative. As you heard, we'll have small planting pockets along the driveways, along the garages, and it'll be very hard to find natives to fill those kinds of spots, and it'll be much more maintenance friendly to put plants in there that can just grow to the size of that planter pocket. So that is the approach we are taking, and that's why we would like to also incorporate the options of having drought-tolerant Mediterranean plant material that is not native. So, thank you.
Thank you, Annika. And just to wrap up, we wanted you to know that our approach to environmental sustainability hasn't changed. It was as presented to you last May. So we'd just like to conclude by saying we appreciate your patience going through our presentation. It was a lot, but this is a study session, and we look forward to hearing from you and the community. The architecture and the everything's gone through a significant transformation, but I will say on the architecture, one of the most notable things came from comments that we got from you, which was we asked for a warrant for relief from the open space requirement, but you all asked for inclusion of open space then within the unit as not a complete offset, but as some consideration for that. So you see the birth of balconies, which weren't part of that original architecture. We think really positive, kind of transformational part of the facades, but much different than what we had presented to you. It also gives us an opportunity to green up the facades at the place where we can have planting, as are the roof gardens on the most prominent unit, or the most repetitive unit. As much repetition as there is, there's not much on those end balconies. So we'd just like to thank you, and we look forward to your questions, and the whole team here is available to answer them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And getting into questions, because I had to recuse myself pretty much every time this has come up. And I now, by the way, just for the record, the reason I no longer have to recuse myself is I no longer live within a certain proximity to the site. But I did watch those meetings obsessively. So because of that, I'm going to let myself go first with questions, and then I will check in with the rest of the group. I wanted to ask, is it Annika or Annika? Landscape? One question I had, I see that, and I recognize this is primarily a conceptual design at this stage. I was just wondering, when you were looking at activation, so much of the green activation is all on either D Street or the riverfront, which I completely understand, but it doesn't seem like there's a whole lot of vibrancy on the kind of internal alleyways. And I recognize part of that goes back to that's where the garages are, but I was wondering if there were any other attempts, whether it's hanging plants on the second floor or something, just to add to that sense of those alleyways being more than just inlets for cars to park.
Well, we can consider looking at trying to introduce more, trying to activate the alleyways more. They were mostly, because they were vehicular in nature, we were concentrating more on the pedestrian portions of the site. So,
Oh, absolutely. I was just wondering if there had been designs that had been tried before where you're like, oh, these things don't work because of X, Y, or Z. That's all. And then were there areas on the site that you think would lend themselves to community gardening? I mean, this is going to be a pretty active site.
we could look into that. It's, you need, for this size of community, you'd probably want a pretty generous area to provide enough raised gardens for the people. Would make sense that it's only in one generalized area. So I don't know, the site is pretty tight, so we'll have to see, but that was not considered when we were initially designing.
Oh, thank you. I did my best to write everybody's name, so I wasn't just going applicants. David. And I have a few questions just for you, so I'm not going to.
Perfect.
Yeah. On the precedent slide, first of all, gorgeous images, and I love the history that you selected. But I also couldn't help but notice for the overall mixture of Petaluma, there are some outliers there. And I was wondering, I recognize that's formerly industrial area and that you're looking at kind of an urban core being built out there. But we're also an eclectic community with Victorians of absurd colors and size and kind of individual character. And I was just wondering if there were other examples you had looked at that provided a little more character to the simplified geometry that you focused on in those images.
Fair question. Mainly looking just, these are the three images I selected, but we definitely looked at some other buildings around town that would have had kind of good, simple rhythms like that. There were some other industrial buildings. I mean, also as you look around down and along Petaluma Boulevard, some of the commercial storefronts have those good, simple rhythms to them also. So that's certainly a source of inspiration, but not, again, directly stylistically. And again, we were looking at, there was some, as we understood it, some direction about, kind of more modern architecture and things. And so we were trying to stay away from overtly kind of historical references on buildings and also. So
Okay.
Hope that helps.
And then in terms of what you're going to be looking at when you're trying to kind of not only for SPAR, but for the final design, you went through the history of kind of where you've gotten our input, where you've gotten council input, what that led you to. For us as a commission, well, we're looking at how we're kind of helping provide guideline feedback tonight, would really drilling down on the architectural guidelines that I think, would that really help in terms of giving you the roadmap? I see someone on your team nodding yes, but I'm still going to ask.
Yeah, the more kind of specific thoughts that you guys have, that absolutely helps us to be able to further develop the architecture and come back with something that we know responds to community input. So, yeah.
All right. And then was there ever, and I recognize that I think it's already been said, you already expect the final design to look different from what we've seen tonight. But has there been a discussion about corner activation yet? Because we've got these beautiful entryways that I think corners could really represent a way to distinguish these individual alleys and areas in that horseshoe.
Yeah, honestly, we haven't talked about that yet. So I appreciate you bringing it up. I think there certainly could be some opportunities. I don't think we want to do it at the corners of every building and things like that. But if there are ways we can kind of highlight some very specific vistas and important places and stuff like that, certainly open to studying that. Yeah, it's a good idea.
And then, color. And this, I have to ask, I know in past meetings the request had been that you don't want to disturb kind of the riverfront area and you want toned down color codes, but I have never seen so much beige before. And this is kind of a question and also a comment, but would it be difficult to consider some more vibrant options? just
Would
because
not- would
that
not be-
area represents
Would not be
a lot of
difficult at all.
activity.
Yeah, it would not be difficult at all, and we're certainly open to studying that. Yeah. We had studied a couple of different color schemes on some of the buildings, and this is just kind of where we ended up at the moment, but absolutely up for studying additional. Yeah.
Thank you. And then and this is going to be a theme for me tonight, it has to do with the alleyways and the garage side, because and by the way, this is not a criticism, because I totally see why the activation is where it is. I'm just trying to think of this community that will grow over time. People will move in, they'll have families, they'll retire, what have you. So you've got all that activity, and then you'll have inevitably tourists on the outside, or people who are just going to the park on the outside. So that inner core probably is going to become so much more important to that community over time. So just wondering, had there been a consideration for, and this is not me asking for moving the garages, because I even understand why that's the way it really is, but has there been consideration for opportunities for the second floors on that side to offer some kind of community engagement? And this is kind of an unusual ask, but only because I don't see how you can add like a porch or a stoop to the garage side on the floor.
Yeah.
But I know you have balconies on one side, but have you considered anything that would kind of potentially add more engagement through the second floor?
Right. It's a good question. Appreciate it. Oftentimes on projects, we will have a mixture of balconies on the front of units, balconies on the backs of units. These are super efficient little floor plans to be able to fit these buildings onto the site. And so as we looked at how do we incorporate that private outdoor space on the second floors of the units, frankly, it kind of went into our minds that we're on a riverfront setting here. And so, gosh, wouldn't people like to have their eyes on the river, on the canal? And so that's just where our minds went, is the place to really concentrate those efforts. Possible we could, I mean, it's an either or on these units. We wouldn't be able to do it on both. There just wouldn't be any living space left inside. They'd have to live out on their porches. But we can take a look at that and see if there's a way that we can do something like that. Yeah.
And then I only have 3 more questions. I saw through the project narrative, through the staff report, and then the past council report and subsequent follow-up attachment, that there's discussion of rooftop activity. I know this is conceptual right now. Is that just not shown because it's conceptual and you're still figuring it out? Or is that just an idea that's been thrown out thus far?
We have on the either end of the what we're calling our type C buildings, which is our most common building, we have roof decks, roof balconies on those end units on those buildings. And so there's, I don't know, at least 12 or so of those scattered about the site. Frankly, it becomes really difficult to do much more than that because we need so much of that roof area for solar panels. Because these buildings are required to be zero net electric. Absolutely. So, we've run across that on other projects where we've tried to incorporate roof decks, and it gets really crowded up there. But that's the primary reason for that. Yeah.
Gotcha. And my last 2 questions, I don't know who they're for specifically on the team, so I'm just going to flag it now. One was about sea level rise, and the other is about the shed restoration. I don't know. Would that be you, sir?
Shed restoration would be me. Sea level rise, I would probably defer to Angelo as our resident expert on the site.
Then I will ask about the oyster shed restoration. Could you just provide a little more information on what that process looks like? It looks like phase 1 is about making it open to the public, and phase 2 is about considering whether or not it's going to have access to the river for boating, et cetera. But just want a little more.
In terms of the kind of program of usage, I would probably defer to, we'll get involved more in how it looks, but program is.
We skipped a slide in the deck on the oyster shed that actually described that. We should just show that, and then we can answer the question maybe a little bit better.
Thank you.
Andrew, it's right there. Okay, perfect. So phase 1, whoops, I don't have it memorized. So, So if you can go to the next image. So phase one is going to include improving the building to allow for public assembly. And one of the reasons we want to do this is as soon as the site is activated, we'd like the public to be able to use the building. And if we wait for the ultimate tenant fit up and our permitting on the river access, that building is going to sit vacant for an undetermined amount of time, and we don't want that to happen. This is why we broke it into 2 phases. So for phase one, we'll be stubbing utilities, repairing structural damage, and there is a little bit, you've probably seen, adding mechanical, plumbing, and electrical, fire protection if required, and then patching and repairing the metal siding and upgrading the doors and the hardware. So it's going to be improved for public assembly and usable, I want to say right out of the gate with the initial development. Then in phase two, while we're working on tenant leases, tenant specific fit-up plans, and possible river access based on tenanting and permitting, and we have to say possible because we don't have discretion over the approval for the permitting. It's our strong intent to see the river access, but we have to use that word carefully. But that because of that permitting process, that's going to take quite a bit longer. So by going for 2 phases, we can get the building activated sooner, and then the tenant fit up will happen and come after. And we told you before, we've been having discussion with tenants. Nothing we've said before has changed.
Out of curiosity, I recognize phase two then could take quite a little while, just depending on how things go.
Hopefully not, but that could take a while, yeah.
But after phase one, mostly because I'm just thinking there's not a lot of community space in the current project. Is there an opening for this to at least be, once it's gotten through all of its renovation, at least be used as a shared space before a tenant's
public assembly? Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, 9,000 square feet of public assembly. So, yes.
Okay. Thank you. And then my last question is about sea level rise. I don't think it will be a surprising question. I wanted to specifically ask if by the time we get final SPAR, and I know staff had answered this question, but I just want a little more specifics. Will you be utilizing the kind of up-to-date sea level rise modeling that the city's going through now? And do you expect that'll create any kind of significant change to the current design or design trajectory?
Sure. Yeah, happy to answer that. And Andrew did answer correctly. Barry mentioned it as well. We're maintaining our planning that we had done through the phase one entitlement. It was mindful of best science available, as well as the white paper that the general plan update had prepared in regards to sea level rise planning for the city. So there was a lot of the background work that has led to the latest mapping, modeling, as well as there's actually another document out there that just got released in January from the update from the state on their sea level rise guidance as well, that we're cross-referencing. And thankfully, all of our original planning is holding strong. We were a bit, had the future proofing in mind, and also the site does have portions of it of higher elevation than some of the other sites that you're used to in this area. And so we've harnessed that and set the building elevations still at an elevation that's above the 100-year end of century plus 100-year storm surge sea level rise considerations. So very long-term planning. In addition to that, we still maintain the adaptive measure planning that we had built into the perimeter of the site as well.
Got it. Thank you.
So we'll be sharing that and certainly going through the reviews with the city as part of the SPAR process.
Thank you. And with that, I will now stop asking questions. Thank you, everyone, for your patience. I was going to ask Jessica, as the other person who's new, if you had questions you had of the applicants.
Sure. Appreciate the applicants who I met with last week for a little preview. That was very helpful. But I do have some questions, but I did not take down names, so I'm not going to venture to guess who will answer them. So the first thing I wanted to get some more information from the applicant was on that redesignating of the live work units. And if we could talk a bit more about the D Street frontage being home occupation uses and why.
this kind of, it's really part of an ongoing discussion that the city is having. It came up at City Council about the amount of vacant commercial frontage that we have, and actually the building, the affordable building on Washington that's in our same neighborhood, Downtown River Apartments. The ground floor, majority of it is vacant, and that's now being converted to ADUs. But the strategy that we're pursuing is actually one for allowing long-term adaptation of those storefronts. So we started out with, in our original application, 11 live-work storefronts, and with a commercial design per the city's requirements. What we're now proposing, actually 11 has grown to 21, and therefore home occupation, but really from a construction standpoint, there's an appearance standpoint, there's really not much difference, but it would allow up to 21 of the residents to have a convenient home occupation on the ground floor. And then, as Andrew said, the city has asked us to maintain the commercial use at the corner as you turn in. But that doesn't mean that the home occupation couldn't be, something, I mean, it still is effectively a live work in its function and appearance, or it can be. But that's, and Andrew can probably speak to this a little bit more, but it's an ongoing discussion, I believe, at City Council, not just for Oyster Cove, and it came up, but we're kind of the first ones in. Like, we don't have complement across the street yet with a development. We're not sure when the rest of the station area is going to be built out, although we don't plan to wait. We plan to go ahead with Oyster Cove. So there are many things about the plan that are adaptable over time. The sea level rise, our approach to that, adaptations built in. The reuse or evolution of the alleys, actually, there's adaptation built into that too, which was talked about at City Council. And that frontage along there is another one. So it could accommodate more pedestrian traffic and more intense use, but we know we're not going to have that on day one. And we don't want vacant storefronts like you have on Downtown River Apartments. And we're afraid we could do that if we literally do the live work units, where home occupation, we think that would work by the nature of it right away. Do you want to add anything, Andrew?
Sure, thank you. I think the only thing I would want to add, and it's best illustrated in this slide, is we actually, one of the goals of your ground level or your street frontage, shop front, and then sometimes commercial uses is really, that ground level activation that you achieve. For a long time, we thought that activation was best achieved through, retail goods and services types of uses. However, the retail market is really so fickle and so highly dependent upon demand and fluctuates. And then we've also seen with the rise of, online ordering, mail order, and so forth, that it really becomes undependable. So we're sort of shifting our focus to thinking about how does the design support that activity level at the street, and what can we do in design, because design is reliable and is permanent, and so to what extent does it support activity? The other thing that we think about here is there's really about 30 feet from the curb of the street to the building facade by the time we factor in the required bike lane, sidewalks, adjust for sea level rise, and so forth. So we're not really getting a building frontage that is fronting the street. It's actually set quite a bit back from it. And I think that further reduces the potential for that live work to be highly successful. So based upon the SMART code, which in this type of format, this townhome single family attached format, does require the shop front frontage on the ground level. So we're starting to achieve the design goal of activating the street front by not having a residential frontage. But then it does allow for the ground level square footage to be occupied by a use that's permitted in the T5, and home occupation is a permitted use. So we think that from a regulatory perspective, there's support for this approach of sort of modifying the live work to be what would be considered a primarily residential unit with a shopfront frontage with the potential for home occupation on the ground level.
Yeah, that'll make sense. I just want to make sure we're all being honest with ourselves that between the promenade and the home occupation, there's a good chance we're just going to have blinds. There's a good chance all of these beautiful windows will be covered in blinds most of the day, which, as long as we all acknowledge.
Right, right.
This is more of a site plan question, and I perhaps cues my naivete to the project, but I was hoping to maybe go to that conceptual site plan that was in the deck, just to better understand how one gets to that lovely protected bike lane that I know I'll be excited to use when I ride from the east side.
Well, actually, Andrew, if you go back in the beginning of the show, there's that detail right after the tentative map of D Street. So as you come over the drawbridge, where it's green striped there, you'll be able to roll up onto the bike lane. And the project across the street, I believe it's still named Haystack. It actually has a mirror image of that, but the other side of the street's to be developed the same way. It's a couplet. So we'll have an unbroken section of Class 4 that'll run all the way from the drawbridge. The drawbridge isn't wide enough to put a Class 4 in there, but it'll start after you come across the drawbridge. It'll go all the way to Copeland. When we were in City Council, and I believe Councilmember Cater Thompson is our biggest advocate for extending that from that intersection to Lakeville, supported by the mayor and other council members in September. They asked staff, if I remember correctly, to work it into the CIP so that when this frontage is done, the city could also extend that all the way to Lakeville. And then on the other side, it'll come all the way back. So it's Class 4 is the newest type of bike lane. I think it's a great invention, and we're beginning to see it more and more, and we love using it. This is a great model. But that's how you get on and off. It'll be right over the drawbridge. You'll actually just slip right up onto it. And then at the end, you can see it has its own crossing across Copeland, and then you'll pick it up again.
Anything more you could speak to on getting from there to the public trails?
Well, within the site, the Riverfront Trail is right off of it. So it links to the Riverfront Trail on the one side. You can also connect down Copeland, and then you're into the another part of the Riverfront Trail. I can't comment on the city's connections further down because we get down into private property and then smart property that'll all eventually be redeveloped. But you will have access to the Riverfront Trail right as you come across the drawbridge,
Okay,
the
great.
multi-purpose trail.
I'll say, just in my experience, the safer route is usually Hopper. So understanding how those will all connect for those waiting on the Caulfield Bridge to get ourselves downtown, and obviously, to the station as well. But to the extent that we're connecting all of those lovely paths and making it as safe a route as possible. And I wasn't sure if, sort of back at that conceptual site plan, whether that EVA was maybe part of the way one would get from Hopper.
It could be. The
It could
EVA
be?
is
Okay.
for emergency vehicles only.
Sure.
The fire department's going to determine the method of keeping resident vehicles from using it. So we don't want to say exactly what it's going to be, but it'll be permeable. And you could get from Hopper right onto the trail there, actually, and right around and come up it's probably maybe 50 yards of Copeland, which is going to be a very low traffic street. I mean, that street, the extension of Copeland, is going to handle virtually no traffic.
Okay.
And then the trail wraps all the way around, obviously, to Steamer Landing and then Petaluma River Park and back.
But from a resident frontage standpoint, if you were to go on Hopper, hang a left on that EVA, get yourself to the city lot and down Copeland, then we just have to figure out how to navigate that crossing, which will now be signalized at Copeland.
Correct. It'll be fully
if you're
signalized.
heading west, and then, okay.
That's right. And then in the future, we'll have a class 4 on both sides of D Street.
Okay, great. That's helpful.
Commissioner, I'd like to add that it's probably more correct to think about the EVA as being the river trail with emergency vehicle access provided. So the river trail would extend across, pick up through here, and then come down through here and connect to Hopper Street through this area right here. So that's the intent is really to see it as for daily use as the river trail.
Okay.
And then just for to provide access for a vehicle.
Well, that's a nice transition to my next question, which is wayfinding signage does not seem to, it was sort of on the list of things to talk about, but I didn't see anything about it.
We were passing notes back there while the presentation was going on. We're focused on tonight the architecture and the landscape concept design. However, we presented to you before places where it's important to have wayfinding signage for the parks. One is up by the Oyster Shed building as you turn in, and then there's another one down by the city lot. So there was wayfinding signage in our original design package, and we're going to bring that back to you with a full application. But there will be wayfinding signage for you to complement on.
Okay.
In our next meeting.
We will accept your IOU on wayfinding.
Yeah, we didn't IOU on that one. Thank
okay,
you.
Cool. I think that's it for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Roger?
Yeah. Thank you for your willingness to go through this very thorough process. I think it's beneficial to us and to you as well. So I think the conceptual design process is really important, and we'll get better at it. One of the initial questions I asked Andrew was whether the previous submittals and images that have been presented for this project that allowed it to get to this point are still valid, because there's a lot of pretty pictures that were shown, but in some cases they changed, some cases no. But all of those images were provided to us in our review package. So I'm a little confused about what old images are still important and what has been removed and what new images replace them. And I can get into that in the comments, but it's just a question of the documents that we're reviewing, in some cases are a little loosely assembled.
I have a question for staff too. I'm not sure what was in your package. You might just ask for clarification.
Okay, yeah, you might, if there's clarification of what was in the package that went to the commissioners this time.
So the package that went to commission was the document that we reviewed this evening. That was the revisions that we received on Friday, and unfortunately they didn't publish correctly until today.
Right.
We also linked to the package that the city council package that was presented in September of 2023, which had the same content that the commission saw in May of 23 with regard to the precedent imagery that you were asked to provide feedback on. So I guess one question I have is are you talking about the precedent imagery?
They were photographs of buildings?
Or talking about the illustrative renderings of the project?
Well, a little bit of both. The other question is that we have an approved tentative map that we're reviewing. So to what degree are those approved tentative map rules, the buildings, the roads, the edges, are we able to comment on any of that, or is that fixed? Because reviewing site plan issues or issues that need more space in a site plan after the site plan is fixed is really very difficult.
Right. So that tentative map is going to essentially lock down the building placement and the circulation.
But if there's design issues that you need, can we discuss those and look at what?
Right. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
And maybe I would add that, in terms of the previous imagery that you saw, we certainly looked at that in the context of the comments that all of you had made previously about those. If there are specific imagery there that is still appealing to you that you think we should look at, by all means, let us know, and we can certainly take a look at that.
The other question is understanding the relationship between Brookfield. First of all, have there been any disclosures? Do we have to have disclosures?
No, you don't. This is a study session, so it's entirely optional.
The relationship between Brookfield and Urban Mix in terms of who's responsible for what, who has to answer up to what, and once the HOA is established, who's in charge of what, relates to the shed too. Who's responsible for the shed and the operations, and what's the HOA's involvement? And I mean, that's a little unknown at this point.
That's not really a site plan issue, but yeah, so in the future, Brookfield will be building the homes, they'll be owning the land, they'll be setting up the HOA and managing that until ultimately the community is living there and they'll take over management of the HOA. So yeah, but Urban Mix is still a partner in this project. We're going to oversee it with Brookfield through the whole life of the build out.
Okay.
So does that answer your question?
All right. One of the questions I asked a year ago was the area between the property line and the water line. It's primarily a landscape area. I know the trail is owned by the city, or at this point owned by the city, but there's some space between the property line and the trail edge. The landscape architect shows trees planted there, proposed trees planted there. I'm not clear if that's city obligation or the developer's obligation, or who maintains it or who's responsible. I also had some suggestion about moving that line to the back of walk to make things clearer. Have you done any consideration of that?
Yes, thank you. When we met with you, you can answer this too, Angela, but I'm happy to answer if I get it wrong, please. When we met with you, you brought up this issue, so we went back and made sure that we understood what the intent is. So this is primarily around the McNear Canal. The city has an existing multi-purpose riverfront trail there, and they actually have property on either side of that trail. And the commissioner had asked or suggested that however the maintenance agreement works through HOA, or that the Oyster Cove maintain up to the edge of trail. That was one suggestion. So we don't have an arbitrary line falling in a landscape bed between the units and the edge of trail. What we have around the McNear Canal at the property line actually, though, is a residential sidewalk in front of the unit. So they have some space in front of the units and then a residential sidewalk. Then the city property on either side of the trail. And the current plan is to have the development maintained to the far side of the sidewalk, and then the city property would still be maintained by the city on the other side of the sidewalk. So we have a bright maintenance line which runs to the new sidewalk, but not to the edge of trail.
And where there's no sidewalk to the demarcation line?
There is a sidewalk all the way around as a demarcation line. I believe, Angela, on the tentative map.
I don't believe so. Well, we can talk about it more specific, but I mean,
well, I'll tell you what, since it's a study session and we appreciate that comment. So we did take a look at it. That's our answer tonight, but we'll come back with
I just think it's important from the HOA to have a definition of what's responsible.
That we agree with you on. Absolutely. We agree.
And then if the landscape architect shows trees on city property, how is that done?
We're going to go back and look at because
that shouldn't be done.
Right. So we'll have to resolve that, but we'll come back to you with a clean answer.
But trees in that area are important, so there ought to be a way to achieve that, I think.
Yeah, we'll come back to you with a clean answer in our formal application.
I'm a little concerned, and this is maybe more of a city issue than a developer issue, with how you get thousands of people out to steamer landing on these big events. Mm-hmm. Where do they come from? Where do they park? How's it orchestrated? I've been out there when there were big events, and it's a ton of people coming through your project. and it doesn't look like it's well planned. I mean, there's one bridge proposed from another development across the McNear Channel. Other than that, you're the access point, and I'm concerned that it hasn't been thought out, maybe more from our side than your side, but I think it really needs to be looked at. How is this going to work, and what impact does it have to the development? So that's a issue that I think both sides need to look at.
I would agree that's on the city side. And we do have the two trails in the lane, and definitely access is significantly improved from today, but that, I would agree with you, would fall to the city.
Yeah. The tot lot, as I recall, was requested by the Planning Commission to be in the project, and you provided it, but it's outside the project. Are you paying for that land? Is that city land that you're?
We're paying for the development of any of the improvements that would go with it.
And the maintenance?
I don't know about the maintenance right now. We don't have a location. We haven't got to that level of detail
But
yet.
will it be in the HOA or will it be in the city park?
I don't think we're not quite, well, how do I say this? We're not quite to that level. It's still a fluid discussion. So we'll come back to you again with our full application when the location settles down, then we can probably answer it better.
You know, I guess, it's important too that I don't know how that steamer landing building is supposed to work in terms of function, but I don't, it looks like you're on the backside of it, so there's no relationship to the building and your tot lot, but that needs to be clearly thought out, I think.
Yes. Yes, and we've been having a discussion with them, and that's going to continue, and they're going to be obviously the key stakeholder in figuring that out if it stays in that location.
And the other question, there was in the report that we were submitted, there's discussion of the flood elevation, and if it does get worse than a 100-year flood in the future, there's ways of raising the trail or raising things and stuff. Who's going to be on the hook for that?
I'm going to let our civil engineer answer that question.
I'm going to use one of your answers, Barry, and say it's a item to be figured out, but it would be a project consideration, either through, there's mechanisms that we're seeing being implemented for these types of things. Sometimes they are citywide funds or community facility districts that get established to deal with adaptive measures. We are seeing that in other waterfront communities. We're also seeing just project-specific community facility districts established to collect the funds from the homeowners to implement these future improvements at a later date, should they be determined. So there's mechanisms, there's finance mechanisms that we can discuss with the city as to what would make sense in this case.
So there's a potential that there will be a request for funds from the homeowners?
They could be participating in it, yeah.
Yeah. Is that going to, I guess, important, that has to be disclosed in all the real estate documents?
Right, absolutely, yeah.
Those are my questions.
Thank you, Roger. Heidi?
Thank you very much, Chair. I have a few questions. One, I want to drill down a little bit on this home occupation for the ground level units on D Street. I just want that explained a little bit more. Is that ground level unit, what is on that first floor? Is it just a room with a bathroom, or it's not going to be like a kitchen or anything, right? So I want to make sure that they really can use this as some sort of like business.
Yeah, it's a size, reasonable sized room down there, and then either a powder room or a full bathroom, depending on the unit plan. Yeah.
Okay, and then the second story would be the bedroom and the kitchen and those types of living situations.
Yeah, the second floor
right?
is the main living space, the living room, dining room, kitchen, the deck,
Right.
and then the third floor is bedrooms.
Right.
Yeah.
So I feel like, honestly, if we agree to this, to me, I'm kind of conceding on something I really wanted, which is like some significant ground floor activation and commercial retail space. And I really want some way for, I guess, if we're going to allow home occupation, for them to really put businesses there, or at least businesses to come in at a later date or something like that. Because I have this vision in my head where we would have a lot of pedestrians in this area, people coming and going from the train station, and there would be, a very vibrant, retail commercial situation there. And if we're going to say no to that, then I at least want to have the opportunity to, that if the need or the market should develop to warrant that in the future, that we can have that going forward.
Yeah, and certainly the primary living spaces are up on that second and third floor, so that first level really can function independently as a home occupation use. Definitely.
I don't know if you know this, but do you know if they could sublet that to a commercial business?
That's out of my bailiwick.
You don't know.
That'd be an interesting question to analyze.
Okay. I'd like to know that at some point, if we could figure that out. Okay, thanks. Okay.
Commissioner, I wanted to also, you brought up an interesting, the dialogue brought up an interesting point that I don't think was made explicit in the presentation, is that those main living areas of the units are on the second floor. So when we think about those balconies being on second level, they're not bedroom balconies. They would actually be balconies for the living areas of the units.
Okay, thanks. Okay, great. And then my second question is more around the development of the shed. I know we're really not supposed to be talking about the shed now, but I just kind of want this opportunity so that when you go forward with the actual application, you have my thoughts in mind with it. I'm just slightly worried that the phase one is going to be built for community use, and then the second phase is just kind of going to be left. Well, that it's not going to ever be completed. That, we all have the intention here that we want it to be some sort of, restaurant, and then, I don't know, some other type of, community space or something like that. And so how are we going to guarantee that what we are intending happens? What is there, would we do a condition of approval that the site is not really complete until we get a tenant in there? Or I've seen too much of this bait and switch, that we've, said it's going to happen and then it just doesn't happen. And, we couldn't find an appropriate tenant, or no tenants wanted to build out to what they wanted. So it's just going to remain this, jazzed up warehouse,
Sure, we'll look into that as far as a condition of approval, but I think there could be a very real potential for the commission to require that phase one and phase two be implemented before, say, any certificate of occupancy is issued for a resident, in which case you could have 132 units of needed housing sitting empty until the oyster shed phases are completed. And perhaps it's tenanted for 1 year, and then that tenant business fails, and so it remains empty. So I think we would want to think about what is that minimum requirement that the commission is comfortable with. But I don't know if you necessarily want to link it to tenanting of the space.
Right, okay.
Because that would be a little bit, I think it would be difficult to ensure that happens.
I see what you're having, but I do want it to be thought about how we're going to do that, and how we're going to just not leave it be, and
Right.
how that we're not going to be okay with that, and how to guarantee that, right? Sure. Yeah, okay. Okay, the other question is, I guess it's on, let's see, I think, type B units. All of the other units were kind of muted colors, like natural colors, but type B looked white. Is it white, or is that not?
I don't think we would really ever do anything like complete white. Might just be how it's appearing on your computer screen, because every computer screen is different.
Yeah.
And I also would just say, again, this is a study session, so if there are comments about particular colors and stuff, we will take those to heart.
It didn't seem like it went with the other ones. It seemed like it was not fitting in with the others. And I also had the same comment as our chair did, that it would be awesome to have more accent colors, that it did seem like too drab for this area. This area is, I think, supposed to be kind of fun and vibrant, and, you know, I appreciate the natural hues, but I think some more color pops in all of the units, except for the blue and the green one. That was good, I thought. I like the blue and the green too, but to have other color pops throughout the other units, I would like to see.
Sounds good.
Okay, thank you. Let's see. Okay. I was just wondering about the units along the riverfront, and where the trail is. Is it possible, or have anybody thought about putting patios out there to engage that area?
Frankly, the site is so constrained that it's difficult to accommodate a sizable ground floor patio. It would be a great thing to have, but the site is just so tight that it's really tricky for us to be able to try and do that. We can certainly take
how
another
much
look at it.
room is there in between the building and, you know, the trail?
It was mostly really between the buildings and the sidewalk that will serve to access the front doors to the units. And there's about 5 or 6 feet between that face of the building and that sidewalk. And we have to have, there's a stoop requirement in terms of the size and dimension of that stoop that's in the design guidelines that we need to accommodate. There's at least some of the time there's the condenser unit for the heating and air conditioning system for the unit.
Yeah, I thought those were on the front though, not the back side of the units.
Oh, are you talking about the
I'm talking about the back side. Yeah.
Oh, right. There's even less room, because there's between like the wall where the garage door is and the drive lane, there's about 3 or 4
I'm
feet
talking about the other side. Yeah. So I know it's hard with this, like, you know.
The balcony side, the side face. Okay, yeah. So I did read that right the first time. The side facing the river and the canal and stuff like that. Yeah, that's where we do really have that. Like I said, about 5 feet between the face of the building and that sidewalk. And there's a lot of stuff that needs to go in there. And also there wouldn't be a lot of privacy for the residents to be sitting out there and people going by and stuff like that.
That might be a nice thing.
Could be, you know.
People sitting out.
But we're also looking at that as the opportunity with the second floor balconies, that people can be sitting out there and watching people go by on the trail, watching activity on the river or on the canal and stuff like that.
There's more overlooking, not interacting, you know, but.
Yeah.
Okay, well, just consider it anyway.
Okay.
Let's see. The other thing was, the air conditioning units. They're big and noisy. Is there any way they can be put on the roof?
Roof would be tricky again, just because of how much room we need up there for the solar and stuff like that. I find I've got some of these units. I got one in my backyard now for my own house, and they are, I'd say, vastly more quiet than the old ones that we're all used to. Because I have visited any number of housing developments with the older condenser units for air conditioning systems, and those are really loud. But these. What is typically put into these units these days are heat pump units that do both the heating and the air conditioning.
Can they be put in a garage? Sometimes I know heat pump in our garage, actually. I
doubt it from kind of an air circulation standpoint, and then also just physically it would be hard to fit those in there with the cars. But they are tremendously much more quiet than they used to be.
They're very unsightly, I have to say.
They're not the most attractive things. Yeah,
you know,
where we can't, we're trying to locate them other places where we can.
I know. I just think this area is so visible. You know, it's visible from both sides. So putting unsightly utilities is hard.
yeah, and then oftentimes we'll design some decorative screening for it, or where we can, where there's enough space in front of it. I think it's even better when you can have landscaping that screens them.
Well, I suppose at a minimum, if we can't put it on the top or we can't put it in the garage, then I would advocate for some sort of screening.
We're definitely studying that already, and we will continue to.
Okay, and then just one more question, and that I just realized about, and Commissioner Caroline was mentioning the sidewalk. Is that a private sidewalk, or is that that won't be open to the public to walk on? It will be. Okay.
Just like in front of your house. It's just
Okay. Yes. Okay. Good. Okay. Mhm. Okay. Why have the sidewalk and the trail?
It doesn't, well, especially around the McNear Canal, just around the McNear Canal.
Folks at home can hear.
Sorry about that. Around the McNear Canal, it really made sense. It just doesn't, the connections don't work well. There are some, the site has all different kinds of conditions, but where it's a long distance from the front door to the trail, it doesn't make sense to connect directly into it. Plus the trail's, not necessarily, it's a natural material.
Right. Okay.
That's what I'm looking for, I think. I would say on the aesthetic on the ground floor, we had looking at a mix of patios and originally, and we had shied away from more balconies, but we are concerned about what creative residents might put in front of their residents to animate, which you wouldn't have control over the ground floor plane, and we want to bring that natural aesthetic from the river up to and through. So it's kind of a quiet aesthetic. It's not that we don't trust folks, but
I see your point.
we don't trust folks. So we don't want, the plastic white chair out front and some things that would disrupt the natural environment. I'm just being honest with you. That's the
a good
biggest
point,
driver
yes.
of not doing patios and pulling that space up. And we're also concerned in the way the handrails are designed, where you have a visible frontage like on D Street, where it's not that we don't trust folks, but there too we want to control the aesthetic on the balcony. So we're talking about how we can do that with the material on the balconies too.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah,
That's
okay,
really
thank you.
I am just going to be honest about it. That
Yeah,
was
no,
the bigger
I
driver of
hadn't-
that issue. We're
yes,
really
right.
closing our eyes and trying to imagine, because the civic realm's for everybody, and we really take that seriously in a precious environment like this. It needs to be really beautifully landscaped, as Annika said, and we need to be able to appreciate that, not what folks
not
might
ruin
put
it.
in front of
Yeah.
their units.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Darren?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you to the applicant for giving us another step here. I think this can be really productive. I'm going to try to structure my questions here. First, I want to start with kind of the overall concept of the Petaluma Station area. And I just want to hear more about the decision-making process that goes into that, because when I think of this area, my mind immediately goes to the apartments right across the river, the warehouse district, you have the Heritage Barn. From the sightlines there, the Hunt and Barrens kind of looms over the horizon. So for me, those are some of the design elements. But then I know you guys are pulling the train station, things I didn't think of. So can you talk about that decision process and how you decided on this station area?
I just think you kind of hit on some of those key things. Like, let's just take the warehouse district, for example. The warehouse district, a certain design aesthetic and character and patina comes to mind right away in the warehouse district, or the theater district. And downtown is a series of districts. And the station area, we can't reproduce the past, and it doesn't want to directly borrow from downtown. And I think this was a struggle in the specific plan and the design guidelines, or lack of them, that were written for this area. It was kind of like they gave you some clues, but they're like, we need to get into the architecture to really figure it out. So I think what David was talking about with, and it's we're trying to find a balance point with their approach, where we don't want this to be a hodgepodge, where we have a little bit of everything, where we try to pull in traditional architecture and maybe industrial, and maybe everybody has a different definition, I think, of modern, we're learning, or Bay Area modern. I mean, there are a lot of different definitions, but they're trying to whittle it down to kind of distill out some things which can be relevant when we look to the future, but not completely divorce themselves from the history and the rest of the city. So it fits into Petaluma, but it has a freshness about it. And I think we're looking for that balance point. But that feels like what this area wants to reflect. I think it's a great question, but that's where we came to that conclusion, that when we listen to all of you, Station area really wants to be its own district.
Okay. Yeah, and I wondered about that. I see it in the proximity, but I just wonder the type of site compared to some of those other ones that's grouped in that station area. where we want to pull references from. So following up with that, we, in a couple of areas of our phase one commentary, the bullet points provided in that September 2023 meeting, I believe that was a council meeting, we see ecology and natural environment come up pretty frequently. And I think that's a hard one to hit without doing something overt like huge vertical gardens or like geodesic domes or something. How does that show up, do you think, in the development? I mean, where do those themes of natural systems, of ecosystem, because that was one of the public concerns in this, using this site, was the ecological considerations. It's right there on the river. There's a lot to pull from there. How does that show up in the project?
I think it's a great question, and it's a little like the accommodation of solar. It's where the kind of living requirements, or in that case, the energy requirements, hit the aesthetics, and we have to find a balance point. And I think you were one of the few commissioners who actually didn't express, in fact, I know you didn't because I went back and listened, a preference for a particular style, but you did talk about ecology a lot. So the ecology begins with pulling the landscape in for, we believe, this site from the park and from the river and the park and the McNair Canal up into the site. So there's a seamlessness about it. And also providing opportunities for greening on the balconies and the roof gardens where we can, because if I was a resident, I know my wife would have her container garden out on our balcony. I know she would. And there are opportunities for vertical greening there. But beyond that, we're also, again, trying to strike a balance because we're in an area which the city would like to be dense. It's downtown, and we're pulling in that influence too. So we're much more green than downtown, but we're not as green as what's around us. And we're trying to find that, I think, balance point with all these things. And then and David mentioned this in talking about the materials and we're interested to hear what you think in terms of guidelines, but we like that wood appearance being pulled into the building, some of the more natural materials to try to create a bridge too.
No, thank you for trying to elucidate that. And for me, I think one of the big things is also light. And I think that is one thing that stuck out to me between the prior drawings that we had. And this might have been some mental trick that happened, but I think there's a story of windows here and changes to windows. To me, at least, it looked like there's a lot more glazed surface on those prior drawings than what we have now. Can you talk about, first of all, did that happen? Or is that a figment of me looking at these drawings? And what was the decision-making process around that? Because especially on that D Street facing side, the ground floor of D Street, I mean, it was basically one giant glass wall when you looked at those early drawings.
Yep. That's another good question. The big difference in the evolution of the architecture on the upper floors has more to do with the inclusion of private open space that just changed the facades, just being honest about it. On D Street, and I know because I know the concept we were pursuing, it was a different concept where we had more of an interlocking live work where half of those units didn't have any exposure to the front and half of them had kind of a double wide. But there's a problem with that in terms of we think the tenanting and how it would work. We're just really concerned that would have been ended up being vacant. So we made a switch to go from 11 of those spaces to 21 where we could have more home occupations. And we do think actually that is going to work successfully. But what you got is more of an individual storefront appearance, and that's driven by the smart code requirement. So it wasn't really, it's a design change where every unit now gets D Street frontage versus just less than half. And we think that's a better plan and a better plan for activation. But that was an evolution. So a lot of the architecture has gone through an evolution. I think is the window articulation before, and we got beat up about our architecture. Honestly, that's why we retired it largely from all of you. I'm just being honest. Like, I'll give you an example. It was white and, off with their heads. So it has gone through a significant evolution. Well, maybe that's a little extreme. But it's gone through an evolution. But I think a positive one, we did more of maybe a modern window articulation. And I think what KTGY is showing now is trying to find this patterning that works for the district, and also something that works to balance the I think the units that are being brought to market so that they fit in and that they're, accessible to the local population too. So it wasn't meant as a bait and switch, though. I want to be honest about that. It's just an evolution. That's how we look at it. And we've worked very closely with KTGY, but honestly, a lot of it came from what we heard from you in evolving the architecture and the rest of it. I don't want to put it all on you.
Well, and not to give you mixed signals, but I would definitely err more on the side of more light, more windows where possible in the design. I understand how the deck kind of limits that. That was actually my next comment, was about those second floor decks. The inset nature of them, I think all except type E are kind of collared or surrounded and inset. And I wondered, what was the design process there? Is there opportunity to almost adopt more of what type E has, which I think is that open, so your view shed from those back windows isn't inhibited at all, especially for the type C units along the river. I mean, you want those people to be able to look out and kind of unadulterated view of that, whereas right now they have kind of those collared second-story decks. So is there an opportunity to do that? Is that something structural with those buildings where there's beams there, we can't change that? I know sometimes stucco allows us to do things like add curvature that can make those not as kind of sharp corners that might add a little bit more room. But
Sure, I'm going to let David answer
that. Some of it's practicality, like the vertical separations is just so that you have privacy on your deck from your neighbor. So that's just a practical thing there. And then the covering at the top, again, it's just a practical thing of just trying to make sure that we have a good weatherproof condition here. In terms of any kind of curvature or shaping to them, we might have some flexibility there that we could study and see if there's anything we can do on some of them, at least to get a little bit of variety going on there. I know that on one of the types, I can't remember, I think it's maybe type D, at least the end units, we left the end open so that one has the two-sided view of things and stuff like that. So it's something we're still studying, and so can take to heart what you're talking about and see what we can do.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Like I said, I think type E was the one that kind of flagged for me, like, I do like it when it's a little more open design. So there's probably a middle ground, and I appreciate you guys looking at that. And then another question, probably for the architect, were there versions of these building types, and I appreciated you laying out that there was kind of a focus on these as a cohesive building rather than per unit kind of differentiation. But one thing in recalling our last meeting, and I know your team is obviously well informed, having watched it again a couple times, I believe there was some discussion of not only varying roof lines between the different buildings, but I think within each building. And when I think of the downtown river apartments that you guys kind of use as a reference point, I think that's what, not that that's, the high watermark of architecture, but I think one thing that helps is that there is some differentiation within that giant building form of roof lines. And I think a pretty common trick. Was there discussion of that in the process, and we just landed on let's make these kind of now there's obviously the one building form with the repeating roof lines, but differentiated roof lines. But I'm just wondering, the thought process behind that, if there's any room to maybe add some roof differentiation within the building types.
That's a great question. Appreciate it. Absolutely, we can take a look at that some more. I know that in an earlier version of like the C building, we had some varied roof lines within the individual building there. And then we were realizing that we were kind of impinging on the solar access too much, so we kind of dialed it back, but maybe we dialed it back too much. I don't know. So it's absolutely something we can take a look at and see whether we can incorporate a bit more of that.
And I think Type C did have, I noted, as kind of the most dynamic roof line between the different units. So I just wanted to call that out. And then another question, just anticipated lifespan. We obviously heard about like wood being an impractical material, right? But with the current mix, what is the anticipated lifespan of the buildings? Projected maintenance costs in the future. What does that look like with the current materials being used?
I would maybe defer to Brookfield, if possible, on what your experience has been with some of the lifetime. I mean, a lot of these buildings do, the materials do come with a warranty period, but I don't know if you guys have any separate experience that would tell you more about what you would expect.
Typically when we have, we're getting ready to maybe turn over something to an HOA, We engage with a company that helps us do like a reserve study of what the maintenance costs would be, so that way it's put into the budget to help make sure that those buildings are maintained. So whether it's wood, landscaping, or any other amenities, those budgets usually reflect each one of those varying materials, whether it's deck inspections. Like to your point, if we don't cover the deck, right, the HOA costs go up because those deteriorate a little bit faster. So all of those lifespans will be studied once the architecture is a little bit more defined, and also the site amenities to make sure that those budgets are good for, through the DRE HOA process.
Okay, that definitely makes a lot of sense. And there's a question there in the tip of my tongue. I wanted to ask about build, and we got the build team up here, and maybe it'll come back to me, but thank you for that.
No problem.
I obviously want to kind of elevate the questions already asked about mixed use. I think as a city, this might be a project that forces us to decide what direction we're going to take with mixed use and with ground floor activation. We've heard live work before. I wonder, Andrew, if there's any other use types or use cases that we could consider aside from live work, aside from strict commercial, and then aside from basically strict residential. Is there any other flexibility we can introduce to leave that option open? The retail landscape changes, something like that. And actually, to go along with this, I wasn't clear if these have higher roofs inside. If these are the 14-foot that are convertible, is that the case?
That would be a question for the applicant. I don't know that I've seen the dimensions of the ground floor on
the ground floors right now have around about a 9-foot ceiling, and that is really driven by the access for the fire department. That from the ground to the eave of the roof has to be 30 feet or under. It's inviolable. We can't violate that. And the only way to do that is to be able to kind of compress that floor. We'd love to do a higher ceiling there, but the buildings won't be able to be built. Yeah.
Got it. And for Andrew, I don't want to put you on the spot to think of all of our potential land uses, but something for staff to think about. What other options are there to activate those spaces? Because I think Commissioner Moses put it well that we're going to see a lot of kind of screens over those windows, and I'm not sure how much that'll get activated. So definitely something to think about. And I remember my question now for the build team. Did you guys consider, I was talking about materials, any other materials for windows other than vinyl windows? Or I guess, would you be open to other material choices?
Yeah, of course, open to it. We actually haven't studied the exact materials, mainly just focusing right now on the placement and making sure that they're operable and that they work with the actual aesthetics of the building. So whether they're vinyl or a different material, that is still open for discussion.
Okay, terrific. Thank you
You're welcome.
for that. And for the landscaping team, I think a lot of my questions have been covered. Obviously, we want to add height and canopy. You're intimately familiar with this site now. Are there areas, do you think, where there's potential to add height and canopy, kind of piggybacking on Relief's comment, to add some more native vegetation that might get a little bit taller, add a little bit more canopy? Something we're often asking is, can we hit this tentative target that's forming in policy of like 30% coverage of a site that's not covered by building footprint, but 30% coverage of a site with canopy? Do you think there's any areas like that where we might be able to swap a red bud for another western sycamore, something like that still on the table?
Sure, yeah. As we're going through this, we have to consider all the underground utilities, their locations, setbacks from trees, whether the trees have, what kind of root systems the trees have, their spread. Just that there's a whole lot of permutations. Whether or not, I know they mentioned that we didn't have very many of their trees in the red leaf letter on our plan, but then when I looked at their plan, I can use possibly a couple of their trees that are good for wet environments, but at the same time, I have a cottonwood tree, which has a horrible root system. So I can't put that in where the buildings are, where walks are, where anything. So that's going to have to be on the periphery of the project or areas that we have a larger planting area. So it's just very specific. We have to figure that out. And I do try to put the trees where I can. So we will, we do our best, but all the utilities fight against us and everything. A lot of times we lose the battle. So, but
there's practical limitations, definitely.
Yeah. But I do, my method of design, I do like to provide height of planting. So, within an area that has plants, if I can't put a tree in there, I try to put some variety of heights. So maybe there's a shrub-like tree that gets taller that can provide some definition. And, the worst thing is to have everything just be one level. You know how you drive a new community and the street trees are twigs and there's like just lawn in the front of every house and there's just no definition, no vertical anything. So it's we'll be adding whatever verticality that we can to help soften and create the landscape.
I appreciate that, and I appreciated your layered approach. And it's kind of a follow-up question here, probably my last question. Thinking of the Petaluma River Access and Enhancement Plan, kind of our now ancient plan, but that has really good planting guidelines along the river and kind of the different layers you want to add for bank stabilization. Can you talk about that a little bit in your design? Does that show up? Were there certain kind of understory, low shrub plants, things like that, native grasses that were used for bank stabilization? Did that play into the design?
Well, currently, I think the bank has a lot of riprap in it. And there wasn't actually, the trail came very close to the riprap edge. So I'm not sure if we have much opportunity for planting from the trail to the actual existing bank. Starting to modify the bank and trying to do that is a whole can of worms that don't really want to open up necessarily. A whole lot of jurisdictions get involved. But I did read that. I did read that plan, and I did make note of all those plants. So I am trying to incorporate all the stuff. Although I know it did say also that there were no significant plants on the site currently that were from their list. But yeah, they did provide the list. So
there's a lot of moving parts to bring together. Well, thank you for that. And I would just advocate, I think you're talking with the right groups already for this. Definitely lean into relief. And, I won't, but if the applicant team wants to, I think bringing something like this, because it is an extensive plan for a potentially sensitive site where I think vegetation and planting plan will have a big impact, considering bringing it to our tree advisory committee might be a great idea just to get input from some other kind of professional landscapers and see if that doesn't strengthen the design or get some more ideas out there. So
sure. Thank you.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
Okay.
Rick. Great. Chair, are we going through the cadence where questions first and then comments later? Or are we all
Absolutely. So we're going through questions for the applicant team right now. We're going to have public comment. I will have a 5-minute break for everybody, and then we will do a discussion before comment.
Great. Thanks. I know this is a little bit off architecture, but the first thing I saw in one of the attachments was the ADUs. Where would those be situated on the property? Will they just be dispersed in different units, or is there a plan to have those in particular areas?
They would be accommodated within the footprint of the unit itself, so they're not going to be appendages out on the outsides or separate structures or anything like that.
Okay. Yeah. And then same with the LMI, the allocation for low and moderate income units. Will those be dispersed, or will those be in a particular area, or has that been thought out yet?
Yeah, dispersed, and I think still in discussion with city staff.
Okay,
great.
Typical. Going to the ground floor discussion with a lot of people have raised, maybe a better question for staff. In T5, I looked here, there's a couple of accommodations for residential care. Do those include daycare units would that be an allowable use in some of those street fronting units?
Without looking at the allowable use tables, they could be allowed. However, the building type, construction type would have to be modified. So by transitioning from a live-work unit to a home occupation unit, you could then construct to a residential building type. One of the challenges is that the building code doesn't recognize, say, the difference between a ground floor space that's used by a graphic designer, for instance, versus a ground floor space that's used by a glass blower. So if you have a ground floor space and you designate it commercial, then it has to be constructed to a commercial building type, which is costly, and especially if you don't know how your commercial is going to perform. Whereas if you use it as a home occupation space, then you would be able to construct to a residential building type, which would be more aligned with the goals of the project. So I believe even if the like a daycare use was allowed, I would still wonder if there would be a change of occupancy type, which would then conflict with the building type. That's something we would have to look at.
Okay. Just want to get it out for discussion and further research. We've talked a lot about landscaping. We've talked a lot about coloring. We've talked a lot about material usage. Wondering if some of those buildings, as we were looking at a few of the isometric views, where there's, especially on the ends of the buildings, there's quite a bit of wall space. It's blank wall space. And I'm wondering if those can lend themselves, or if you've looked at things like murals that are dedicated to those walls, take up some of that mass, or living walls, landscape living walls. We have a great example here, Freedman's Hardware. But a couple of those things, to add a little bit of landscape, a little bit of biodiversity, a little bit of habitat, and also breaking up some of that space as well.
I appreciate the question. We're still at a fairly early stage looking at those side elevations because we have limited opportunities for windows on those sides, just because of what kind of spaces end up at those kind of middle sides of the building. But good questions. We can talk with Brookfield about what's possible, what's not possible, and things like that, and study those things. So good input.
Okay. In terms of the fenestration, I did want to disclose that I did have a previous meeting with the applicant team. And one of the things we talked about at that time was the fenestration and trying to achieve some diversity of that fenestration and stay away from too much uniformity. We talked about potentially the top unit as being an area where it can be opened up. Is there, I've read on and on, seen a couple articles about mass timber and other engineered wood uses that give you the opportunity, because of their load bearing, for a more open site plan or a more open floor plan that would allow for more glazing and more fenestration, especially on those top units. So I was just wondering if that sounds viable or something worthy of looking into.
It's an interesting question. It's a fascinating technology. That's typically something that's more suitable for a large scale commercial building, or it's a really, really high end custom residence. The cost of construction for that kind of thing is just certainly beyond this kind of housing. Be super cool, but probably a little beyond what the project can handle. Yeah.
Okay. Questions, I guess, starting with staff. Height limits for T5. What I saw is it's defined by stories. It says 4 stories is the maximum. I think there's some allowable up to 6. But I was wondering what the interplay between that height defined by stories, and I think you mentioned, David, a height limit defined by fire code. and that at least had to be, the eave had to be accessible at 30 feet.
The height limit I was talking about is mostly just an eave, height of that eave for a fire department ladder to get to.
Okay.
The actual heights of the buildings are, I would say, probably somewhere 35 feet or a little above, a little below right now.
Okay.
Is about where we're at.
Yeah, I was looking on the elevations. I didn't see the dimensions there.
Yeah, I was realizing as we were driving up, I was like, oh, we didn't put a building height on this.
Right.
So good question.
Okay.
But I think it's around 35 feet or maybe a little tiny bit more.
Okay.
Yeah.
What I was wondering is, because we did another topic we did talk about in the earlier conversation was, this conflict between using the roof space for solar, of course, which, fully support, of course, but also would there be an opportunity to have rooftop decks in, of course, more of the areas that were flat roofs, but then have the solar on raised canopies on kind of a shade structure above? Would that violate, a height restriction?
Right.
Because that's not considered a story.
I can't remember if we have a absolute height limit or not. The bigger thing is we've run up against that on other projects where we've had roof decks, and we thought, oh, that'd be cool to put solar up above that. And what we understand from the jurisdictions we've talked to, I don't know about your chief building official here, but chief building officials in other cities are like, if you put a roof on that thing, that's a story, and that's a fourth story. And so we've had to leave them open, a trellis at most, so that we aren't putting a solid roof on that thing, because it triggers that fourth story and all kinds of other requirements.
Yeah, I've seen that with carports also, and then once it's considered a story,
Yeah,
then you need to put sprinkler.
Great idea, yeah.
And so on and so forth. Yep.
Yeah.
If there's a way you can look into that and maybe dispersing the panels or something like that, so it's not considered a full roof and therefore a story.
We can study that. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you for addressing the relief letter. I won't add anything up to what's been said before, but I appreciate you addressing those. I realize the tug between trying to achieve maximum natives and things like that, and also the practical constraints you have in architecture, especially in a tight area like this. I believe those are all my questions. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Rick. Now,
Okay.
Councilmember Cater Thompson.
A lot of my questions have been talked about already, but I want to go back to the D Street, and this is actually for Andrew. Has the city, are they actually really looking at all the way to Copeland? Because I'm seeing it in the drawing, but is that real, that it is going to be in the CPI and that will be completed? A complete street for D Street?
You mean from Copeland to
From the
Lakeville?
D Street Bridge all the way to Lakeville?
Oh, I'm not aware. I'm not saying that it's not, but I just hadn't heard any recent news about that.
Because I want to know that, because that was one criteria to support this, is to make sure that that entire street is completed and it just doesn't stop at the end of the project. As far as the front spaces on D Street, can that end up being, is that 3 spaces on D Street for the building, the retail? Or are those 3 divided spaces? For if retail goes in there.
There are, on D Street, there's still 21 shop, they're not 21.
I'm just talking about the retail only,
Yeah,
where the possible retail will
There's
go.
16 opportunities along there, and I think the one at the corner of D and Copeland is, correct me if I'm misspeaking, but it is more an official kind of live workspace, and then the other ones are home occupation uses.
Right, I'm looking at more of the retail. And so if you're selling those as individuals, and if people, well, it's kind of confusing, because if people are buying those spaces, if they were separated out, then they could be made larger. You could have 2 spaces instead of 1 smaller space. So have you looked at that?
Not currently. It's something we can kick around as a team, but it's not something we've looked at yet.
Okay, because I think it's important, because as that area builds up, I think there will be an opportunity for some type of businesses on the ground floor. And so I would like to see if that could be actually separated from the spaces above. And then the other is, I do want more information on the flooding, since we had the workshop, and it seems as though we have the information that we should be able to plug in to really get solid information on the sea level rise and the heights of the pads and everything else to protect the area. We haven't really talked, well, when we're talking, I appreciate Commissioner Wisman talking about Friedman's, because they have a beautiful living wall, and you've kind of watched this be created. And then when you're looking at some of the designs, it's just like a flat wall. And I think there can be things like a living wall created, especially when, you're just, depending on where you're at for the view. But that would be something I'd like you to look into. And when you're talking about the fire and the ladder truck, are we talking about a ladder truck, or are we just talking about a ladder to be able to get up to the 35 feet?
To get to that 30-foot EV, it's a ground ladder that
is a
they're
ground
carrying
ladder.
and they're boom, putting up. Yeah.
So do the ladder trucks, do they fit in this area?
The tricky part is there's very, very specific things about the road width, which we maybe could accommodate. But then between the edge of the road and the face of the building, you need a minimum of 15 feet and a maximum of 30 feet in order for that ladder truck to work. And the site is just impacted too much to be able to accommodate that 15 to 30 foot dimension.
And I assume the fire departments reviewed this?
I believe they have, but that's a pretty consistent rule too that we know that we can't violate.
Okay. And then, thank you. As far as the access onto Hopper Street, how is that, what's that going to look like? Because I'm looking at it as that it'll be for pedestrians and bicyclists and emergency vehicles. Is it a gate? Is it bollards? What is it?
I think we said before the city is going to define, or the fire department is, which method it is. It could be, it could be bollards, but they're the ones who are going to unlock it and be able to use it. So it's their call. But I think Andrew said before, and he's right, from an appearance standpoint, it's going to appear like a continuation of the trail. Since it's an EVA, that the surface has to be hardened, so emergency vehicle can drive on it, but it's not a street.
Okay, because I have a real problem, like Riverfront is single lane in and a single lane out.
Right.
And I just think for safety, that is not the best way to go. So I guess I'm talking to city staff right now. Whatever is decided there, I think we need to make sure that in case of an emergency that people can get in and out easy, and that they're not locked in or prohibited from vehicles getting through in case of an emergency, that people have to evacuate.
Right,
and they're using a vehicle.
Right, we have talked about that. Sometimes EVA route will design in turnouts in order to allow for emergency vehicles to pass through while, single occupancy vehicles are leaving an area. The initial conversation with fire is that this distance is short enough that they don't need that they're not concerned about turnouts, and especially by the time you would design in a turnout, it would basically be the length of the distance from Hopper Street to the project. So we are working closely with fire on the design, but at the same point, like so many of the items that we've been talking about tonight, the flip side of it is then the open space district is asking us to constrain the developed area and the surfaced area as much as possible to preserve the underlying conservation easement. So, ideally you may say, well, minimum width is 20 feet. So, let's give it 26 feet or 32 feet, but then we have ag and open space asking for as minimal a width as possible.
Okay.
So.
Thank you. As far as colors, I agree with Chair Hooper and Commissioner Bauer that it needs something that pops, because it looks pretty drab. And I mean, even like living walls or areas that can pop, so it could be like a combination. Somebody did write about elevators, and I just happened to see somebody that owns a house, and it's a 2-story, and it's a rental, and they ended up putting an elevator in it. It's a small one. Will these, can they be accommodated? Because some of this is going to be, you know, if you're a senior citizen and you move in, you're not going to go up and down 3 stories all the time, or maybe at one point you might not be able to. Even if you're younger, you might not.
Right.
So is that a possibility?
It's actually addressed in your visibility and universal design ordinance through that, and we're working with staff on that right now to make sure that when we come in for full review, that the that the neighborhood will be compliant with that. So more detail to come on that, but the city's addressed that through their
the one I saw, it kind of looked like anybody remembers the Jetsons, you know, all of a sudden just popping up from the floor, you know, they're pretty impressive. People that can be done in a home. And as far as like design or colors, you know, across the river, is that the Riverfront Apartments? What's that one called? The one across the river on the west side? What is that? Whatever it's, the tin apartments. Well, there was a beautiful barn on the corner, and I mean it was an industrial for, you know, feed and stuff, and so I don't particularly like that look, what they did, because they didn't really incorporate what was originally there, and there was a lot of, you know, redwood and beautiful woods in those buildings, and so what you see across the street, across the river, isn't quite what was there. It was very different before. And it would be nice to maybe incorporate some of those types of looks and uses with the wood, as I saw in some of the schematics. Landscaping, I think that's been talked enough about, the trees and I think, and then native trees, I think just native plants, and I appreciate Relief writing in. And as far as like, you know, when you're looking, can I talk about doors or just the look? It just seems like that should really be a real accent, a real celebrated look, and not just, you know, an 8-foot door. And so I really think that doorways can make a real difference when you're looking. And I think that's important to look at. And I have one other space for notes. And as much as people like those tree grates, my dog doesn't. And so, you know, they're what they are, but they're not my favorite to be putting on streets. And I think that's all. Yeah. Oh, tot lot. Have you talked to the Friends of the River?
Had a meeting with them as recently as last week, yes.
And are they supportive of putting a tot lot there?
We are, they had a lot of good comments on it, and we agreed to have a working session coming up with them very soon with Annika and the development team, and to work through that. That's why we said we'll come back with a more specific proposal for you.
Because, I mean, I really don't like these plastic, you know, colorful tot lots. I'd rather have something personally more interactive and that actually fits into the area, so it doesn't look like Disneyland.
Right. They use the word organic, and of the ethos of the steamer landing in the Heritage Center. I think were the words they used.
Okay, and then like if you the picnic table that I saw in the drawing, I would like to see larger picnic tables and out of redwood.
They said they have another plan that they're implementing, and they want to make sure that the picnic tables aren't redundant. So they wanted to talk about some of that too. So that'll all be worked on.
Okay, that's great. And then shade structure for it also, or shade in that area. It gets.
I'm sure we'll talk about that, but it's. I mean, it gets back to the kind of this finding the perfect balance point of fitting in with the environment so that it doesn't stand out in the context of that city-owned property. And so we're going to be careful, I think is the word right now that our approach.
I like that. Thank you very much. That's it.
Thank you.
Heidi had one follow-up question, and then we're moving to public comment.
Thank you, Chair. After I heard that the ground floor ceiling height for the D Street units are now at 9 foot instead of 14 foot, and I understand that you said that was because fire access, but these units are on D Street, so I don't see why we couldn't have a ladder accessing them, a ladder truck. I know we have other residential units that's been proposed that are higher than this, and they're accessible.
We can take another look at that and see.
Yeah.
To look at what I can't remember what the distance is from the curb to facing the building there, but it's
yeah, exactly. Because I think there's a big difference between 14 foot and 9 foot for commercial use. And I also wanted to say, now that I'm thinking about it, what Vice Mayor Kara Thompson was saying, it would be really nice if we could have the second and third floor accessible from a different area. That way that ground floor, tentatively commercial area, could be used separately. And would you consider having those just different units, having a studio apartment, on the ground floor, just studio with a small kitchenette. That way, with the 14-foot ceilings, that way it really truly could be used for office or commercial use or something like that. Because I don't see very many commercial tenants wanting to go into a place that is owned by somebody else and they are walking through their space and going upstairs. And if it was a studio work-live apartment just on its own, like one unit, then I feel like somebody could come and say, hey, this could be my office, this could be this could be my pottery studio. I felt like that would be more desirable in this area and more ground floor activating, which is what I want. Because I think if this whole area is now going to be residential, I don't know. I don't like it. It's D Street. This is a major thoroughfare in our city. Honestly, it may be a deal breaker for me if we can't work this out, but I just don't want to say no to this area and give up on it, basically. I still think it's got a lot of potential, and I just don't want to, turn my head the other way and say this is not going to be used as commercial. So thank you.
I appreciate the comment, and we can kick it around as a team and see if there's anything else we can do.
Chair Hooper, I have one quick question. I appreciate what Heidi's saying, and I think she's correct. But if just for the commissioners, where the Pearl restaurant is, there's houses above, and when those were built, it was something really new, and you can see how successful it really was. And I think it was the location has made it successful, and that's why I think we don't want to throw out retail on D Street, because when you look at the bigger picture, it's going to be very successful. And I agree, a 9-foot ceiling is a problem, and you're right, the ladder truck can go up from the D Street side. So thank you.
I think that was a lovely follow-up comment. We are in questions. Jessica also flagged she wanted questions, and now that we're doing that, Jessica, would you like to follow up questions?
So sorry. I was trying to get my head around the backside views, and the only rendering I saw was an attachment for page 24. And I was curious if you could speak to whether folks will be allowed to, or if there will be room for folks to park in their driveway.
Simple answer, no. There's about 4 feet or so between the garage and the travel lane for those back areas. Again, that's just
will the HOA manage that?
They'll have to
rule. Okay.
Yeah. Typically, we try and make them at 5 feet or less. That way, it's kind of physically impossible for them to park their car there. Because if you make it at 6 feet, they're going to park their car there.
Okay, good to know. Thank you.
Okay, Roger, and Roger will have the last question before we get to public comment.
I was looking at the site plan, and you mentioned the sidewalk as a demarcation line of the property line. This is probably more for the planner. And you're correct, the sidewalk in most cases is the edge, in some cases not, in most cases.
Yeah, most cases.
So according to that, none of the landscape shown on the other side of that sidewalk is proposed by this project.
Okay.
So
Off the top of my head,
landscape plan-
I can't comment, so I definitely want to go back and look at it with a
But
team.
the
more
landscape
carefully.
plan is submitted is not accurate or real.
I don't know. We'll have to go look at that. You're saying that we're proposing landscaping. I'm just not familiar enough to say
Well, I'd like the
shooting from the
landscape
hip.
architect to address that at some point.
Okay. I think we should do it formally because as a response, since it's a study session, I think you flagged an issue that we need to go in and look at.
Well,
So you're saying, well, we're
I just
showing
wanna make sure- I wanna make sure
landscaping
I'm
on.
studying a plan that is reflective of accurate information and not just not a baloney plan.
You're saying that we're showing landscaping on the city side of the sidewalk towards the McNear Canal.
I think I have comments, my question is, it looks like what you're saying is true, but it also means it eliminates all the landscape shown on the other side of on the river, on the McNear Channel side.
Okay. We will look at that and get you and we appreciate your flagging that, a crystal clear response.
And with that, we are closing question period. Thank you. And part of why I'm so adamant about us getting the public comment is I just want to make sure that the public has the ability to speak before it gets to 9 o'clock, and then we can take as long as we need to for the rest. So with that in mind, general public comment on this item is open. I've invited anybody who has any comments on the item to come up. You will have 3 minutes. And before going into that, I just want to ask, Uriel, did we get any comments on this item online?
Yes, we received 3 public comments specifically for this item prior to the meeting, all of which are available in the back for reading, and they're also posted online.
Thank you very much. With that, I'll start with Nicola, followed by Veronica.
I have a general comment and then I have a specific question, which I don't know if I can get an answer tonight. My general comment is, I don't know if most of you on that side know who I am, but these people are pretty used to me by now. I'm the chair of the Senior Advisory Committee, and one of our strategies this year was to increase the possibility of multi-generational recreation in conjunction with or in place of a tot lot. And so I'm hoping that that conversation can be part of what you are doing. My actual question has to do with the D Street raised promenade, which looks like from the pictures I can find that there's one entrance if you are handicapped and in a wheelchair or using a walker. There's one entrance to the raised promenade at the far end of D Street, goes up, but no exit anywhere. You have to go all the way back to the one entrance to get off of the promenade. So I'm kind of concerned about the accessibility and the possibility of a problem occurring, and then you're stuck. If you're in a wheelchair, which I am a lot of times, and you can't get out, I can at least get out of my wheelchair, you're stuck if you can't get back to that one location. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nicola. Now, Veronica, followed by Nicholas Harris.
Good evening. I have some high-level comments. Basically, the gestalt of the project that was presented before is considerably different than what we're seeing tonight. And I just feel that we have, as a city and as a community, we've really asserted ourselves in some of our main goals that we want to create mixed use, we want to create vibrant street fronts, trees, etc. And I just feel like this project, as it's being presented, is not really touching on those main points that we really need to be doing. Namely, the architecture itself feels very cramped and shoved into a place, whereas I felt the original drawings had more light, had more air, had more windows, more green spaces. There was more landscaping towards the street. And the live-work units, that's a non-negotiable for me. I mean, I just think we need to activate D Street, period. And we need high ceilings to do that. And 9-foot ceilings, as everyone here has discussed, is kind of, it's a compromise that I wonder if we're willing to take at this point. We've had so many developments where we've given away, and we don't get what we want as a community. And there are plenty of people that could go into a unit that has a higher bottom floor ceiling and then, maybe a loft top part, or you could separate the units. Somehow, if you use design to figure out those D Street units, I think that there could be a solution. And I think people would pay money to live in those and maybe even have them as an income property for the retail side. So that's my high-level comment about that. And I agree with the idea of roof gardens and generally having more green and public art, benches, things that are going to create activity in that area. And I think we all know it. We've talked about it at length. I just feel like this whole other project has been presented tonight. I mean, I don't know if anyone else feels like that, but I was very excited about the other one, and I liked the way it looked and feel, and I thought, ooh, my mom could live there. But this one, I'm not feeling it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Veronica. Now, Nicholas Harris, followed by Dave Alden.
Hi, thank you. I feel like the bait and switch has already happened to a certain extent. Sounds like there's a lot of blurred lines between home occupation, live work, and retail. I think retail on the D Street portion is extremely critical. I think that the oyster shed needs to be a meaningful aspect of the community and the future of this district. The way that I look at the plans, looking at the density, I don't see how any business could operate in the oyster shed with homes seemingly feet away, with no parking, seemingly no way for trucks to make deliveries. Same thing with retail, or even live work, home occupation on the D Street units, of which it seems like there's some confusion as well. It's not 3 retail units, it's every residential unit on D Street, as I understand it, is being presented as a home occupation. Staying on point, I think those units on D Street, it would require elimination of the parking garage to have anything meaningful work in that space. My understanding of the drawings, which may not be correct, but if you eliminate the parking in order to have retail or something feasible down there, then you still don't have opportunities for vendors, suppliers to come and facilitate an operating business. My vision for this area in the district in general, as things progress, I'd like to see a bicycle repair shop there, a carpenter, glass blower, something like that. I think that's the vision that the public had. I know that retail was a significant aspect of the council, and when they approved the first phase. So those are sort of my main concerns with what I'm seeing presented tonight. Otherwise, speaking for myself, the feedback in terms of the architecture and design, people say that they want to see wood. I think people are thinking actual wood, not artificial wood look things. I'm going to wrap it up there because I think a lot of my other concerns have already been voiced. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nicholas. Now, Dave.
Thank you for hearing me this evening. I'll second something that the chair began with this evening, which is this is a very key piece of property. It's the core, it's the first project to perhaps go ahead in the most transit-friendly neighborhood we have. Transit-friendly, therefore climate-friendly. Whatever we do, we need to push this project ahead as quickly as we can to prove that there's a market for units like that, which makes the other pieces of key vacant land sitting around it more likely to move ahead because we've proven the market. This could be one of the most important decisions we make in terms of just getting it built. With that said, no project is perfect. When I look at some of the closeness of the sidewalks to front doors, I'm reminded of places I've been at where I was uncomfortable on the sidewalks. I felt like I was so close to the front door that if they opened the door, I'd feel like I was in their living room. I didn't want them to feel awkward. I didn't want to feel awkward. To the extent we can create door yards, just short fences that show a clear delineation of public and private, I think we can create that sense of privacy, semi-privacy, that would make everyone feel a little bit better about their life situation. And then it's come up several times this evening, that main lane going back toward the tot lot area. We look at the sketch that is in the packet, and there's 6 people running around doing various active things. And I look at that and I subtract the 6 people out and make it a dreary day in February, and that looks like a bland place. I think we've touched on the solutions here today. Paint, landscaping, I'll add artwork to that. I think we just need to find a way to make that something that pops even when there's nobody in sight. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Dave. And since I don't see any other public comments, I will now close public comment, and I'm going to give us a 5-minute break. We are coming back to the meeting. It was a good break, everyone. We are now at the phase where we're actually going to have discussion about the potential guidance we're giving on guidance for SPAR review. One thing I'd like to flag for any commissioners who wanted to ask follow-up questions as we go through this discussion, when you have questions related to the discussion, of course, when it's your time to speak, you can, of course, ask questions. I just wanted to make sure we got public comment before a late hour because I've gotten no end of feedback that folks really want to make sure they get their comment in before 9, and that's totally fair. We're going to do this a little bit differently. So we're going to have the comment period at the end where everyone can say all the things they want to say about any given part of the proposal as it stands, how it relates to SPAR, elements they'd like to see, etc. However, just as a bit of a focusing mechanism, because this is an experiment, what we're doing tonight is giving the applicant guidelines. We're not trying to design it for them. We're not trying to stipulate this material or that. We can talk about general tone and general interest for what we want to see happen. But we're trying to give them guidelines that, one, they can follow for the SPAR, that still allows them to have creativity for their design process. That, two, we confidently believe we will adhere to, that we're not going to change on when we see this. I think they said that they'll be presenting this to city staff by March, and then we'll see it that much later. And then finally, also keeping in mind that the city doesn't have design guidelines. We don't have district design guidelines. We have area plans. They're fairly vague. So what we're doing here, it's not continuing, a riverfront area. It's the first step for design language for what really is going to be kind of our urban core. We're right by a transit center. So with that in mind, we're going to do discussion, but we're going to go through a few things in what kind of comes off in a disjointed way, but I'm basing this off of the discussion that we've had so far over the course of the question period. I think we should isolate out the discussion of commercial on D Street. That is a hot topic for tonight. I think we should take care of that while it's top of mind. After that, we should look through their architectural design guidelines. It's rare that we get to see that from an applicant before they finalize the product. We should take a look at it, see what needs to be changed, added, and how that matches with the comments that the Planning Commission gave and the detailed design guidance the Planning Commission gave in May. And then following that, we can start to talk about what are the things that we think are just fundamentally missing from the project or other design areas like landscaping, etc. So with that in mind, we're going to start with discussing the commercial activity question or commercial activity element for D Street. I'm not going to call anybody directly so much as I'm going to look to see who has comments they want to make on this in terms of how they feel about what the applicants requested in terms of the variance and then how we would want to move forward with a guideline. Darren.
Yeah, and the applicant said, some of this was developed in guidance with staff. So I'm wondering, Andrew, because this has come up on a lot of projects, mixed use and the future of mixed use and what that looks like given retail vacancies and everything else is such an issue. What was the thought process, in bringing this forward, kind of co-creating this a little bit with the applicant? What's that thought process on why you think this fits? And I know some of that's in the staff report, but just anything you can expand on there from staff's perspective.
Sure. Well, I think it's a couple of thoughts. One is the distance of the ground level uses from the street. So we don't have these buildings fronting the street. We have them set back quite a ways from the street, and to access them, you do have to go up to the promenade in order to get to them. So I think that the idea that you have these commercial retail and services provided at the street level in the manner that you have them in downtown along Petaluma Boulevard it's not the same. So the context is going to be entirely different. Second is, you can you can design it, but you can't control what people might do. So for instance, you could still have a land use, a chiropractor land use who keeps the blinds closed all day and has very low foot traffic, maybe one person an hour or something like that. And that would be, I believe, would be an allowable land use or something similar like that. So I don't think there's ever any guarantee that your ground floor commercial land uses will generate the activity that you desire necessarily. Then I think there's the question of density and to have a lot of mixed use in the area and a lot of ground floor commercial in the area, and we think about the build out of the area, not just what's happening now, but the potential for the future, and we go across the street, and across the street that ground floor commercial to a depth of 30 feet is required. So it's not optional. So potentially if the smart site and if Haystack and the other areas build out, we are adding quite a bit more ground floor commercial square footage to the area. And then you have to say, well, is the density going to support that additional commercial square footage? So I think all of those thoughts together, we look at it and we say, well, what's feasible and what's achievable? And I think that, a lot of the conversation in planning today is, do we necessarily look to the commercial, retail, and services land uses to create those successful street activated areas or activated streets?
You brought up a good thing to think about, which is how people are going to flow, how the public who doesn't live there is going to flow through this site, how they would use some of those areas along that promenade, what would draw them through there to the further park. Would they skip over this area entirely? Okay, I don't really have a comment follow-up on that, but thank you for elucidating that.
Jessica.
Yeah, I think looking at figure 2, view 2 in attachment 4, page 21 is helping me think about this a lot more, given that we are going to have road, median, bike lane, sidewalk, more greenery, and then the promenade. This isn't going to be Kentucky Street. Like, the way this is designed is not about ground floor activation in the way that we have, major commercial, walkable, downtown core. I agree that we don't want to give up on it having some appeal beyond residential. Of course, residential is very important too. So I would encourage the applicant to explore how to get better ceiling height in your ground floor and better separation between your ground floor and your upper level. Maybe upper floors, it becomes a studio or a loft, that it's not necessarily a 3-bedroom home anymore on that frontage, so that we can actually have some ceiling height on D Street that would lend itself to probably not a glass blowing studio, but maybe a therapist's office or something that is going to have a little bit more interaction between the street than just someone's living room. But I hear what staff is saying about the amount of retail that we have around town, that it's not being utilized. But I want to be a little bit more optimistic about this part of town that is on the up and up, and give us the flexibility to actually have some meaningful retail, commercial, whatever you want to call it, and as I requested at the break to staff and would extend to the applicant for next time, having a little bit more tangible examples of what would potentially be in a T5 of this design, whether it is live work and it's, a graphic designer who is charging back to their taxes, their office, but not necessarily having clients come in and out, or if it is a coffee shop or a bike shop or what have you. Having a little bit more tangible example, I think, will help the community to better visualize what it is that we're hoping to have in this neighborhood.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I agree with what was just said, that I would like for you to explore going back to the 14-foot ceilings and somehow having it separated, you know, the upper floors from the down floor. That way there could be more of a retail or commercial, or at least some sort of business use on the bottom if the occupant should want. Someplace maybe just so they could hang their shingle out or something like that. Somewhere so it doesn't look so residential, because this really, you know, isn't a residential thoroughfare. And I don't know if we ever intended this area to be a residential thoroughfare. So I'd like for us to retain what we originally intended it to be. And, you know, we were looking at some of your original design drawings from back, you know, last spring, and I was excited about that look. You know, there was a lot of glass, there was a lot of detail. It looked really nice, and I don't really want to get that far from that. That, I think, was exciting, and I think I'd like to try to ask you to get back to that, because I feel like where we are now and that is very different. So, and if you're asking like why we were so excited about it then and now not so much, that's part of the reason. So, thanks.
Roger.
Yeah, I support the activation concept of the ground floor. I'm concerned that historically the smart code has required commercial use, and I think it's been not very successful. There's a lot of vacant commercial storefronts that don't get occupied, and it's probably more deadly in that sense. So I'm concerned about what Andrew was saying about the future of retail and how difficult it's going to be. But I do agree that it needs to be activated with a chiropractor studio or a bike shop or whatever. But I think the elevation separation, the distance from Copeland, the lack of parking will be very difficult for any retail. And my sense is it's all owned by a homeowner. But I mean, it's not a separate ownership, right? So if you require that homeowner to buy a house that has a retail use required, you're going to have very few homeowners willing to step up to the plate. So I think it's got to be very flexible and very user-friendly. And I think we ought to learn the lessons of what's happened throughout the last 10 years in terms of retail edges.
Just dovetailing off of everything else that has been said so far, and I didn't want to jump on this one right away because I had some particularly strong feelings about this. I mean, what you've probably already heard as a guidance thus far is we would like everything. We'd like the 14-foot ceilings and the complete commercial build out. And we also like the idea of if you can fit a loft up above or something where someone can live, great. But sincerely, that is what we would like. And I think there's got to be a market for it just based on the idea of being able to live where you work. Even if it is a small unit up above and a much larger commercial space in the bottom, I can't imagine there aren't people who would go for that. A few things I want to highlight that I think make this space different from other mixed use situations we've seen thus far. Right now, this is adjacent to the SMART station, SF Golden Gate Transit, County Transit, City Transit. Having had to use a fair bit of those services myself for a good chunk of my 20s and use this transit mall when there was, well, there's still nothing there. Still nothing there. I can tell you there's two populations of people that come with public transit. There are the folks who are dropped off and leave, the people who show up right before and get on their transit and go, and there's the people who wait. And there's people who wait all day with transit, which is why when I saw these spots, I was excited because even if we asked for the full build out, these lots aren't very big, which makes them perfect for practical goods like a bodega or a small mart. One of the things that's come up as well, Riverfront Apartments or the apartments right across the bridge, they haven't seen successful business on the first floor. I used to live in those apartments. I'm going to say something that probably no one wants to hear. We had some interesting choices for businesses on the first floor of those units many of which were not practical and didn't serve a single need of the folks who lived in those apartments. Had somebody sold toiletries and cables and basic food, they would have outsold 7-Eleven very easily. I can tell you a lot of us would have loved a local store right down there, but instead we got more expensive breweries, even though we didn't go to the last expensive brewery. So my point in bringing this up is to say I would love the graphic designer who makes it a home studio, or the artisan who moves in. But I think there's a gold mine there for practical goods and commerce that will come with people who are there all day. Either they're waiting 20 minutes for a bus, they've been waiting, they got off 20 minutes, and they're, for whatever reason, waiting for a ride or waiting for a transfer. The thing that comes with that, those folks will not go outside a certain radius for fear of what if my bus does come sooner, or what if the train comes early. When you've got a store right there, you're willing to run there and run back. You'll take the risk. You won't take the risk to travel across a bridge and come back. That's not going to happen. I know there is concern that across the street from this, the long prophesied developments that'll go in those big lots that one day we may see built have to have ground floor commercial. They also will have multiple stories of units and people. It's not on us to business plan for some of the folks who would move in. There will be a lot of people living in that spot. I think commercial can sustain this now with the transit community you have there. I think the more development you have and the more units you have in place, the more you can sustain. So this starts to sound like a rant, but this is all to say, I think from the guidance we have thus far, yeah, we are asking for a little bit of everything, but we think there's a market there for it. This is not the same as the other spots we've seen where there's no transit connection, no mobility connection. This has it. So are there other comments?
Just piggybacking off these, I think it might be useful for some of these discussions for staff, if we can get any kind of numbers on first floor commercial vacancies in the city, occupancy rate, I think that would be great. I think that would kind of help inform some of these discussions. And from hearing everyone talk here, yeah, I wanted to ask this, D and Copeland, I believe, was still the retail kind of anchor for the site. In my notes here, I have the D and Copeland unit was slated to be retail, and then the Oyster Shed. Is that correct? Is that D and Copeland corner? What did you guys envision, and to bring you back into it, what did you guys envision being in that location? Was it like a bodega? Was it something more akin to a doctor's office? Do you not want to predict? But I mean, your vision of this site with that being a retail anchor, what did you think might go in there? What kind of tenant do you think would be ideal?
I think we don't want to predict because the commercial market is so uncertain. And I think everybody on our team here, including Brookfield, does commercial development. And it's by far the most difficult thing right now. So predicting, we really can't predict the future. I mean, we can't predict the future, right? We can establish probabilities, but we can't predict the future. And the probability is that we have too much retail already, and it's likely that we'll need to consolidate it in the future. I mean, what we're doing with the number of residential units that support a commercial center has gone up over time. The number of residents living in proximity used to be about 5,000 would support a neighborhood commercial area. It's going up because we're all receiving our goods in different ways now. All of us. I mean, I didn't think I ever would, but I do. I mean, I order things online all the time, I'm ashamed to say. So the nature of the beast is changing. And right now we can't predict exactly what would be the best thing. And another thing is what you referenced, what's being built across the street eventually, that's competition, and they have a better retail site. They're in closer proximity to the transit mall and the train station than we are. They're on the correct side of the street. So we have that's more of a, just in our little neighborhood, an A address. So we're something less.
Terrific. Thank you for that answer. And just to wrap up this thought, a lot of people up here have talked about expanding on those 9-foot ceilings to basically adapt this to a future potential retail or live work. But Andrew, can you just, it probably says this in the staff report, but just elucidate that occupancy, the homeowner occupancy versus live work? What do we get with the homeowner occupancy that we didn't get with live work? Because there's one thing to change the form to be adaptable, but then that designated land use, because from what I'm hearing discussion, live work seems like that middle ground. I think that's why we landed there originally. What is the switch to homeowner occupancy of those units change? I guess it seems to me it would make it a little more difficult for future retail use, but.
Right, I think it would. I think primarily it would be the building type that would limit what could actually operate out of the ground floors, if I'm not mistaken.
Right, like
That's
live
how
work
we've been
permits
thinking about it.
industrial
Yeah.
on the ground floor, heavy commercial. It's pretty broad.
Do we lose something on the residential side?
I don't want to quote this late at night without rereading the SMART code. It does say in there. But the reality is the live work unit, and I think this is the challenge that always of live work, is you have an individual unit owner who has a ground floor space that can be commercial. Either they can use it or they can rent it out. But they're competing against, commercial real estate owners and operators that do that for a living. So it's a profession, and you're competing against, professional space. So it's a thing unto itself, and over time it's been a challenge. When the SMART code was done, it was very popular theoretically, but there aren't too many that you can point to that are successful. But when we talk about how the market's changed and we work from home, that home occupation is something that is built into a lot of residential units now because there is a demand for that. The marketplace has changed because we may not work from home every day, but we probably work from home on Friday, maybe Thursday and Friday. Some people, it's 5 days a week. So that home office, it's not residential, that home office has become a critical component for many of us because of the way we work now. And that's a fundamental change. I may work from home 2 days a week and commute the other days. So living in proximity to transit is great. That ground floor home occupation use, I'm going to use it for my business. So what you're grappling with is it's a real challenge. And I think it's an interesting conversation, but the probability is in the future that commercial is going to become more challenging because of what you're competing with in getting goods and services delivered. Versus us going out and purchasing them. And that doesn't mean that this issue of activation isn't important. It's just something we all need to consider so we don't build a frontage that fails, because that would be the worst thing if we created something that wasn't flexible enough to adapt to the future.
Yeah, and I guess I need to get clear on the flexibility we lose with live work. If they can't compete, maybe they just don't use it for that purpose.
Well, even with building code, a lot of the way we're talking about building in any way, the part of it is just this commercial construction really doesn't make sense. You can build to a residential standard that still meets the commercial requirements of the kind of tenants that you would want in there. So that's one of the things we're grappling with, adding a tremendous amount of unnecessary expense, which I think does hamstring things, which doesn't really accomplish what you want to. But I think we can work with staff and come back and be more clear on anything you'd be giving up.
Although with that in mind, can we not, because if we just get a report on frontages that have had vacancy issues, that's fine, but we're right by a transit mall. Andrew, can you make sure that the data actually compares this to other areas that have that kind of adjacency? Because that's the thing we keep leaving out of this discussion. We are right next to the gateway to most of the Bay Area, and it's right in that area for Petaluma. And we kind of need to stop pretending that's not there. So I'd like to see data that actually reflects that.
Sure. I think I hesitate to commit to that because those data costs, and to analyze data and then to compare or to examine a model that might look at data adjacent to transit versus elsewhere, that's a project. So My hesitancy is not that I don't think it would be valuable or meaningful. It really is a resource question that I can't answer tonight to be able to say that we would be able to do that.
All right, that's fair. My issue is this. I get that we might not be able to afford or have the staff for it. I also don't think that just looking at vacancy of first floor commercial is going to tell us anything we didn't already know. And I don't think it's an accurate representation of what we're looking at there. Although I do hear the points that you're making with regards to commercial construction and concerns about the market. But I do have a question. Andrew, when do you expect these other developments that we've long been expecting to eventually build out? And I'm sure you can't give me an official answer,
No.
But a guess at this point. Do they even look like they're going to come up in the next 5 years?
You can't. I am not qualified to answer that question. I'm not a market expert. I'm not a developer.
You're not a market expert, but
I process applications for compliance with the zoning code.
Yes.
So to answer a question about what is going to drive market demand and what is going to drive development activity at a specific location in Petaluma over the next 5 years, I can't give you that answer. I'm sorry, but it would be unprofessional of me to even provide a response.
I'm being a little glib with the number. What I'm trying to say is you've been looking at applications for this whole city for quite some time, and you've seen that start and stop before. Has anything recently popped up that tells you we're going to see development there in the near future?
No, nothing's popped up.
I only ask this question because right now the consideration is there's going to be these competitors that have better square footage. First of all, I suspect different types of businesses will emerge. And second, I don't know when that competitor is going to come. Andrew can't answer when that competitor is going to come. I suspect no one in this room can, which means, sure, maybe this will magically pop up in time, but also could be a good chance that these businesses are the only thing there for quite some time.
Well, I think a lot of the competition and that 15-minute neighborhood concept illustrates it already exists because we're within easy walking distance of downtown in the neighborhoods per your formula. I mean, we're within, according to the 15-minute neighborhood assessment, walking distance of 5 or 6 grocery stores and dozens of restaurants and other services. So it's really well-served area if I'm a resident there already. And the question is, what would the gap be that would be left that we'd have a competitive advantage for on our side of D Street? And you mentioned one, the transit rider who's waiting. I think if you play the long game, though, in urbanism, those sites are going to be developed. They may not be developed before some of us retire, but they are. That may not be too long from now, but they are going to be developed. And cities go on for, decades and decades. So it's eventually, when you play the long game, you are going to have that urban core right across the street.
You're right. And the economics will change as that continues. I'm looking at right now, though. It's kind of why I did this big circle to get here. We can't, on one hand, say there's going to be this competitor that we have to deal with that's overserved. And then on the other hand, say, well, over the long arc of time, things will happen. We've got what we have right now. We've had a firm push for mixed use in this site before. And part of my issue is, number one, I was certainly never thinking restaurants. There are many other just practical types of businesses we frankly don't have in the downtown. And we have people who can't afford half the businesses in the downtown who are looking for other business options. The other thing is you're going to have a whole market of people living right behind those buildings. I brought up the transit as one point, but that's an obvious one right there. You're also going to have the festivals that happen throughout the year, including Rivertown Revival, and the myriad of other things that currently take place in those empty lots that aren't supposed to, but happen every weekend. I know, it's a fun town. The point is there's going to be activity. I understand you want to bring costs down. I understand that you don't want failure at the front for these frontages. I totally get that. I know you're not trying to take these away. My concern, though, is that there's kind of two bets we have to make, and that's kind of where we're stuck. And it's why I asked the questions that I knew Andrew couldn't possibly answer. And thank you, Andrew. I apologize for putting you in that position. But we're either making a bet that this isn't going to change and we've just given up on commercial because Lord knows it's way more expensive to put commercial in after the fact. Or we make the bet that we are going to densify. It will change over time. And yeah, there's going to be an awkward residential spot in an overly constructed commercial zone for a little while, but that'll change.
Well,
That's
I think
what I'm trying to grab.
What we're looking for is a word we've all used here before, adaptation. That's adaptable, but there should never be a time when it's not successful, because if it is sitting there vacant, we failed, and that is it's a real blight on cities to have vacant commercial space, but I hope that we can find, a path forward where we can have something that can be successful and adaptable. And I think that's what we need to maybe as a group work on. Adaptation is really kind of the key word. It's not, we don't see it about placing a bet or just saving money. We don't want to handicap the purchaser with an unnecessary expense. And it just has to do with, this is just a building code issue, because I don't think any of the rest of these issues we're talking about related to that matter, but how can we make it adaptable so it can be successful in the current context, and then maybe in some of these other theoretical contexts, if because we can't exactly predict, we can only establish probabilities.
Well, and that gets back to the purpose of what we're doing now, which is the guideline we're looking for.
Yeah, exactly.
I just wanted, part of why I dragged this out, I don't want us to get to this place where we've made the trade-off and then we've gone too far one way and it's not adaptable in both directions.
Sure.
So hopefully this kind of underscores that point for whatever you end up coming back with when we have a final design.
So I think your guideline to us is, please come back to us with an explanation of adaptability to address some of our concerns. Would that be fair?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just, so are there 16 units we're talking about? Is that what we're talking about?
There are 16 units that front on D Street, and yes, there's 16 units on D.
I mean, I'm just going to be, I can't see that we're going to take 16 businesses and put them in this area. I think we need to kind of think about where you really need retail, because I think you do need some retail. I mean, I think of 4th Street down in Berkeley. You have areas and you walk right through, and I know where I can go to the little store to get food and, different things. And I've seen a lot of changes in this specific area. And I just think if we're talking about, I think 16 is way too many to think that we're really going to fill these with retail, because eventually something is going to happen. Once one project starts, I think you're going to get more development on the other side. And I'd like to kind of look at what a number would be reasonable, out of 16, because, by doing this, you can also add more living space for people. And I just feel as though we can probably pare it down to the area where you're going to get the most traffic. So,
which is typically the corners, which came back to, and also were directly connected to the transit mall. The intersection of D and Copeland stuck out in our minds as a potential node. You have a commercial use across the street, which is a rented building that will evolve over time. 2 new commercial corners across the street eventually, and then our corners. So that's another way to think about, the retail operating is around that intersection, which I think is what Andrew explained at the beginning of the evening.
Well, and if it really is focused on adaptability, then we'd be covered either way.
We'll come back to you with that guideline. We'll come back to you with an answer.
I agree with Vice Mayor. If we're going to be really adaptable, I'd rather we focus on the corner lots as being more adaptable, because I feel like those would be better spaces for the things that we want to see there, that ground floor activation of the community. So, yeah, I agree that, having, 16 people hanging their shingles out is probably a dream. But having the corner lots be activated, I think that might be doable. So I'd like to see some sort of thought or plan for that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I think we've had a thorough discussion on D Street Commercial. With that in mind, we are now going to pivot to look at the architectural review guidelines that were provided via attachment 4. I believe that is on page 18. And Andrew, I was wondering if you could put it on screen.
Sure, I can do that. You're looking for page 18?
Mm-hmm. Perfect. Now, the way this is broken down, given massing, composition, materials, and colors, I know there's more than this that folks have comments and guidelines that they want to provide tonight. I just want to start here, since these are the very obvious guidelines that the applicant has put forward that they're using for their base, and then we can add beyond that as we go. I have a suspicion that some folks will have a hard time distinguishing between massing and composition with some of their individual items. So I'm just counting that as one section for simplicity's sake, and I thank you for your patience there. And with that in mind, I want to ask the commission, and I'm not going to call on folks. I want folks to raise their hands if they have comments to make, whether they're changes, additions, or edits. Let's look at the first massing and composition sections. They're on page 18. Jessica.
I like it. I think you guys designed some handsome homes. From a massing and composition standpoint, I know there were some comments or questions during the question period about roof articulation, and looking at page 26, I think we do have a nice amount of variation, particularly in type B, E, and D. And I mean, all of them, you've got that roof line change, and I'm nervous about adding much more because I worry that it could look a little bit in competition with itself and look a little erratic. But I like what you guys did, and I heard the comments on balcony sort of encapsulation, and I think the privacy piece is important. It would be great to get some dimensions just to put a little bit more realness here. If it is going to be set back 8 feet, that obviously will impact your light, but if it's 5.5, maybe it's not so bad. But yeah, I think the overall composition and simple rhythms that you guys are striving for are effective, in my opinion.
Thank you. Roger?
Yeah, I think the little drawing on the right is a very great symbol. It's got a base, middle, and top. I like the articulation of the balcony. I think it helps. I like the verticality of the design. Then when you assemble those units, you retain the verticality of the unit. The problem I have is the end. Not the elevation, but the end, which is still one unit, but it's not very interesting.
All right. I like most of this. For massing, I appreciate the roof variation for each of the different designs. The only issue I run into is that each building looks the same, even if each building looks different from each other. So having more variation per building. And I also recognize that roof variation only goes so far. One thing, I know I made kind of a joke at the beginning of the meeting having to do with the how much gray there was in the color palette. But part of what I was thinking about at the time, the frontages there also need more variation. I know there was a lot of love for, I think it was type E. I actually really love type C, and part of why I love type C, even though it had probably the most shadows that came with it, was just because of the variation of the structure. And I think people on one, because effectively each building is kind of an alleyway depending on which side of the site you're on. I think folks want to have that individual element of it. I still agree with the notion of more light, more windows, but having that variation I think is going to be important for this to not look like a series of slightly different but kind of very samey structures at the end of the day. Just trying to think. And I appreciate the desire to make it look like one shape for the geometric massing that you went with. And I understand that's how you got where you did with the example images that you showed, I think like 2 slides earlier than this. One thing I'd like to put in there, the occasional curve. I know I'm oversimplifying, but the occasional curved element can really help bring out to make this feel more like home and a little less like an office or an advanced future building. Just to let these folks feel like they're not just in a condo. They're in a townhouse. They're in a home that is in the town they're used to. Just having that element, I think, would be very helpful. And then on the composition, I love that you added the second floor balconies and really added that kind of frontage to it for the more river prone areas. I do want to bring back though this element of alleyways. I really hate the idea of seating the inner, I guess it's the inner U of this development to that being where it's just for garages and then everyone goes to the outside. There's going to be this community that lives on the inside, so to speak, that's not dealing with pedestrians walking to the park or people going to Rivertown Revival or folks out front, regardless of what happens on T Street. There's going to be this sense of community that grows, and finding a way to, I'm not trying to suggest that people want to have a balcony that stares at another balcony. I get why you don't want to do that, but finding some kind of activation, whether it's through street art, whether it's through the landscaping, something that allows for that sense of community to grow there. And so it's not just about the garages that are in the back that you just park your car at. And I recognize as a guideline that's probably infuriating, but it is what it is. And that's all I have for massing composition. Heidi?
Well, generally I like it. I just, the sides of the buildings are a little barren. So, I mean, I would say if the sides of the buildings are just facing another building, that's fine. But if they're facing some sort of, publicly accessible area or someplace that people are going to be spending some time, then if you could spend some time seeing how we can make that a little nicer looking, with either murals or living walls or something like that, I would recommend that. Otherwise, I like it, and I don't know if this is for this part of it or if there's going to be another part, but I'll just get it. I'm looking at the areas, and if it is true that the sidewalks are really just going to be right there, like right next to their front areas, it's looking very close, like one of our public commenters said. And if it's really that close, 2 or 3 feet, it would be nice to have some separation there, something that makes it feel like it's their space, I don't know if you could put something into a nod to that or something like that, but just some sort of separation between the walkway and their area. I think that the occupants would appreciate that.
What are you you're not looking at what we're looking at?
I might not be.
I can't see any walkway or anything that you're referring.
I might not be, yeah.
It's okay. She added a different element to it.
Okay.
It's okay.
Thank you for that. I'd say out of all the building forms, I probably like to see the most. My commentary I had in here, let's not lean into the repetition too heavily. I get the kind of the inspiration for that, but I also think it's a really unique site. I mean, I understand it's part of this greater station plan, and we're trying to do, in reading your materials, the massing and composition that you kind of find in some of these other elements you want to bring as part of the station zone. It's a visionary thing when you're playing with a couple pieces and what will eventually be an area. I have trouble grouping it with that. I know it's proximity to transit. The site is so unique compared to all those sites it's being referenced with. So I would love to see something that leans a little bit more into uniqueness. And I see that, articulate individual units through repetitive elements that contribute to the composition. You see that, and it actually doesn't look that bad. Sometimes they're not exactly repeating. They're repeating on an opposite side of the next unit or something. Anything we can do to lean into, add a little more diversity within the building type. And I appreciate calling out the roof lines. I was looking at an image where I was seeing kind of a 2-dimension and I wasn't seeing the variation. I think it's there, but it all goes along that same thread. So let's not make every unit look the exact same in these blocks. And then when it comes to the 2 second floor balconies, I said my piece about that earlier. And I just want to do whatever we can to maximize view sheds. I'll save my comments for what you can do with stucco for materials. I was actually going to ask, so that kind of answers, I think these other elements, we're hitting it. I don't want to make these kind of too boxy and characterless. I think you struck a pretty good balance with that. Again, I'll have some commentary for materials, things that might be able to add some of that differentiation between unit. I was going to ask, Andrew, if you could pull up really quickly just to show on composition the prior visualization that we had from September. I think probably the most striking example was the D Street frontage, and we've talked that to death, but just showing the composition and the window areas and what inspiration we might be able to pull from there, because there was a lot I liked about that, and in looking at them side by side, that was the thing that kept standing out. Yeah, you see the top left, the view one of East D Street. I mean, the amount of window there and like the interesting architectural feature on that corner of that window pushing out. So I think there's inspirations, and of course the oyster shed, how great does that look? But I think there's inspiration there to letting more of that light in. And that was something else I was going to say about composition is recently we've done a lot with our objective design standards. You guys aren't subject to that at all, but I think one good output was when we're looking at stucco surfaces to do insetting of windows. It's something we mandated for certain projects where if you're using stucco, do a 2-inch. So playing with that, not saying, because then I don't want a homogenized frontage where every window is inset 2 inches, but playing with that idea too, especially on those stucco surfaces to trying to inset some of those elements. And I think that is all I have for now.
Rick, do you have anything?
I just want to add that I do think windows make a difference, and kind of when they wrap around, instead of seeing a flat side of the building, that you're actually seeing a window that wraps all the way around.
Okay, with that, we're going to look at materials, and starting like we did before, for folks who have natural comments on what they provided for their design guidelines so far. I'll wait to go.
The question,
Roger.
is it possible to show the whole elevation instead of compartmentalizing it so we can talk about the whole building? I mean, right now we're looking at.
Well, Roger, right now we're not looking at any one building. We're looking at their design guidelines. And we're going through section by section to talk about.
But the buildings proposed are designed and shown.
The buildings proposed are conceptual designs. They're not even the final designs they're going to come back with. We're trying to provide guidelines so that their future design can follow what we're kind of looking for
Shouldn't we be reacting
SPAR.
to what they're proposing? Shouldn't we be reacting to what they're proposing?
These guidelines are the architectural guidelines they're proposing. We're trying to help them by looking at them. And
Yeah, so I want to look at them.
yeah, these are the architectural guidelines, Roger. Andrew, could you pull up page 19? The reason I'm focusing on making sure we actually provide feedback on the guidelines is because what I don't want at the end of this study session is that we've provided a soup of comments that tells 5 or 6 different stories that the applicant then has to pick, well, which one is most likely to be the one they go with. I'd rather we provide some comments on the guidelines they're going to use, and then any elements we want to add to that, because we're looking to provide guidelines for the eventual SPAR that we then see and help judge the SPAR by. So with that in mind, does anybody have comments? Jessica?
I don't have to be first to comment. Are we also talking about colors right now or just materials?
Let's talk about materials and then colors. I think there's enough to separate those out.
Okay.
I'll take a first swing. Stucco, obviously that's the obvious material here. In looking at, I think a really good example of what stucco can do is actually the station example. I think one unique thing is what it can do with lines that other materials can't do by its nature, and what it can do with curves. And you see that in the station with some of the fenestration and kind of molding, and then you see that in the arches that it has. So I'd love to see some of those properties explored a little bit more. I don't know exactly how that's going to show up, but I think there's something there that can add a little bit of interest and diversity. Again, right now, just moving to another thing about materials, we're looking at the Unit C type, the Type C. I think that does a really good job in some of these elements. I think one thing that I particularly like, which as I looked at it again, it does show up in some of the other designs, but is not always feeling like all the accent materials have to be bounded or framed by stucco. And you see that on the corrugated blue piece there. It's kind of a full plane. There's no stucco in between that and the edge. And I think there's elements where you can do that on different planes and different surfaces without always framing it the exact same. That, again, can add some diversity and not let the accent materials get lost in the stucco, because there were times where it wasn't jumping out to me as much. Some of that might have to do with the image I'm looking at and the rendering and things like that. But I think that's one kind of trick that I see illustrated here that can really work to highlight some of those accent materials. And I think other than that, I did have the commentary about wood. Obviously, it makes sense that if we have to use a replacement for practical purposes, I would love to use, actual wood, but we have to deal with those kind of realities. And yes, and I like the inclusion of some brick frontages as well. That's one theme that we see throughout Petaluma. A lot of our most beloved buildings do integrate brick. I mean, a lot of them are brick buildings, but I think integrating that, again, as an accent piece is a great idea. And, that idea about planes too and not framing things too much is when it does go around corners, some elements you guys have already brought out, I think are great ideas. So, so I think there's a lot here with materials, and I think there's a little more we can push as well.
You had raised your hand.
I don't have any comments on the materials. I like them. Thanks.
Go ahead, Rick.
Yeah, my only comment was the same that we had in our previous conversation, was just about to ensure that the stucco can be maintained so it doesn't, provide an environment for mold growth, or especially when there's not direct sunlight. Otherwise, I'm pretty happy with the materials that have been shown so far, and the mix of both wood, brick, and other type of materials on the fascia, I think is beneficial to good design.
Are there any other comments on materials? Okay, one thing I would say, I largely agree with what's already been said. I'm a little tired of stucco personally, but I recognize it's kind of the building block of development life at this moment. For wood, I completely agree. It's a great accent material. If you do have to do replacement, where you can place it, the most contrast you can get out of it, the better, just because I've seen too many of these kind of wood-like materials applied in these buildings where it just comes off a mile away that it's something else. So just a simple ask there. I also think on slide 18, there is one image that from your updated precedents, slide 17, from your updated precedents, that it was one of the smaller corner images, and it showed this metal structure with kind of a wood side and a metal furnace. And to me, that kind of highlighted the best example of what you're looking at, because I agree this site is special, but it's special because it's a transition site. You're transitioning from Petaluma's historic riverboat manufacturing culture now to pivoting a little bit to tourism, but pivoting to an urban core. And I think that part of why that image jumped out at me was because it made good use of the wood as a little more than just a siding here or a siding there, and then it made good use of metal pieces and having that kind of addition. I didn't know how to quite express it earlier, but I wanted to bring this up with materials. A lot of our historic buildings have these large iron and brass pieces attached to them. They have these ornamentation on them that kind of highlights their history a little bit. I mean, the buildings that still have them that weren't stolen, of course. So at this point, being able to add some of those pieces, I also think helps add a little bit of individuality to these individual units. I hate using that word so many times, especially when they're grouped together the way they are. And that's all I had for materials. And now with that, we'll move to colors, and I'm pretty sure everybody has comments on colors. I'll go to Jessica because she's smiling.
I like the colors. I know there's been some calls across the dais for pops of color, which scares me a little bit because I think colorful stucco can look circusy real quick. So I'm hoping you don't take your color inspiration from the River Apartments. I don't think you should have orange. Just saying. I think you could play more in the sort of like purplish gray, the sage greens, to sort of keep the relationship with the surrounding nature and colors from the river and the parks that you're near. But I do particularly like the wood accents and the muted tones, maybe more grays than beiges. But I think you're on the right track in terms of trying to keep it from sticking out like a sore thumb amongst the park.
Well, I already said my comment, but just to reiterate, I don't like colored stucco either. I don't think that's the way to go, but just the accents, more like, maybe more vibrant accents are good. And also, having not the bright white, the more of the muted colors. That's it.
I'll jump in. I don't think anybody likes the color of stucco when it's bright. I lived in those apartments, and every day I'd wonder why that color of red that's now a weird orange. I would say, like everyone else, focusing on the accents, also potentially focusing on some of the closer to the second floor rooftop areas. And just, I'm not saying bright pink or bright orange, but red is a color, especially because of all the brick buildings that we have in Petaluma and all of the kind of other structures we've had over the years with our red barn that's right next to that site. Being able to put through a few muted but still bright enough reds that kind of show off that design color palette, I think would be really nice. And I'll stop talking with my hands now. With that, if there are no comments on color, the next item that came up, and I just wanted to pull out separately, was the oyster shed. I know folks had different feelings on that. I want to make sure we had some clarity on guidelines there. Did anybody have statements they wanted to make for guidelines around the oyster shed?
I think we just need more information on the game plan.
Yeah, I agree with that as well. And one thing I did want to throw in there, right now as it stands, unless the design should change, there's really no community area. I mean, there's the tot lot, but beyond that, there's a park. And I get that there's a park nearby, but there's no community meeting center in that development. I understand that the shed is large enough that represents a good probably retail or business opportunity. I understand the desire to go for a restaurant. One thing I don't want to see though is it's a community space, and at the end of phase one, people are starting to be able to meet, they're able to do things, and then phase two rolls around, the community space is gone, and it's a restaurant that, you know, some people might go to or might not. So if there's any way to, by the time you get to phase two, in the design, protect a portion that will always stay publicly accessible, I just wanted to throw that in there. I hope I'm not adding to the headache that is already a commercial activity in this design, but I think it's important we really protect that sense of community that site really doesn't have right now. With that, okay, I think that's it for Oyster Shed. Now this is a good point to bring up other elements that you'd like to see provided for SPAR. I'm not trying to bound this to a given topic. I just want folks to be able to provide those elements before we get to final comments.
Can we look at the whole elevation of the whole building? Is that possible?
Sure, what slide?
Whatever, that's fine. That's all right. All right, that's fine. So this is, I guess, this is applying the guidelines to a building, and that's what you're going to get, right? Mm-hmm. So I guess, wouldn't it be good to comment on these buildings?
We could comment on these buildings, but I have to ask the applicant. You said earlier that the design was likely to change. How similar are any of these conceptual designs
going to change based on the comments we get from you guys? So we're have at it. Yeah, any comments you guys have, happy to have the feedback. That helps us figure out.
These are buildings that you're seriously considering.
Yeah, we like a lot of aspects of these, but we also want to make sure that we're responsive to the community.
And they apply the guidelines that we just went through. Yeah. So it seems like we should comment.
If you'd like to, that's fine. It just doesn't sound very committal to these designs, so I didn't want us to go through. But if you have specific notes for these designs, go ahead. I'm not trying to structure this part. I want us to get through the rest of our comments. So.
Well, okay. So I guess if you go back to the one before this, where it had an end elevation. And, okay, right there, okay. That's where I'm saying you've got an end elevation that is very terrible, and in some cases that end elevation is facing the water. And it seems like it somehow ought to have a balcony or some more expression.
Is it safe to say that the applicant has not really thought of the sides and will pay more attention to them? Great.
Excuse me?
Just that I think they haven't done that side yet. And we all agree that
I'm just reacting to a drawing that was submitted in the package.
Okay.
Okay, and the other question is, I noticed that every unit has an air conditioner in front of it. I don't think that's a good idea relative to pedestrian walkway and to courtyards, pedestrian noise issues. Is there a way to put those on the roof?
It's tricky to do that, especially with the amount of roof space we need for solar panels, and it's also difficult to maintain them and things up there.
They're very small units.
Yeah.
You're using a heat pump system?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So they're very small.
Yeah. So we can
But I
take
think
that in.
having them in the public walkway with a noise, I mean, we can't even put them on the side yard of our house.
Yeah, it's not ideal. We agree. So we will study further the placement of those. Yeah.
All right, can we look at another elevation? Okay, same question on the end. It seems like there's three units there, or one unit, but it doesn't seem like you're taking advantage of light and balconies or anything. But I think I like the vertical application system. Okay. In my mind, this is less successful. It's how do I explain it? There's a flat, the flat top story look like bedroom units, and then there's a roof behind it that comes down.
Yeah, there's the overall building has a pitched roof.
So what happens in that roof space? Is that just attic?
Yeah, a good bit of that would be, yeah.
It almost seems unnecessary. I'm not sure. It's not visible from the ground floor, right?
The sloped roof?
dark
From
brown.
a close distance like this, it's not so much, but you will get more distant views of these,
just
especially when
seems
you're at
that it doesn't
McNear
seem-
Channel looking, or Canal looking across and things like that.
So we're looking at the brown section as that slanted area on the end elevation. Is that little slanted area? Is that right?
Right. Set back from the edge of the building, yeah.
All right. Okay. I mean, if this is inappropriate, I'm not sure anybody wants to comment on these or not.
No, it's not inappropriate at all. What we're trying to do is get to guidelines that the applicants can work off of and that we will keep in mind when we're going through SPAR. So we're not coming up with something new for them to look through.
But they're going to come back with a SPAR elevation of proposal, which then we're going to comment on.
Yes, and that will have a detailed design. Right now we have a conceptual architecture that they sound, maybe they'll go with, maybe they won't based on our comments, but that's why I focused on the things they actually put down on paper, really focusing on the architectural design guidelines. We can focus on this, and that's fine. They'll still give them feedback as to things you want or don't want.
It's entirely, my sense that these are proposed by the client, by the submittal, that this is what they intend to build. How do we like it? It's not like they come back with another elevation and we'll comment on that. I mean, I would think they'd want as much input as possible.
I would say that if you guys had all said, we love these, we would come back with these. So if there are things that you think we should study more, we are absolutely willing to take a look at that. So
Wouldn't it would be better now to give you
It'd
input
better
than
now,
wait till you get
yes.
the real elevations? And
Yeah.
So that's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
Okay. Fair enough. Then we can go building by building. Darren?
Well, just to comment on this one, this is one of these areas I've talked about, kind of the inset of that deck, and this is one of the areas where I think, it works the least well, and I would advocate for maybe removal of the sides, something like that. Right now, it's kind of this white opening that I just, and you can see it in the visual, it feels like the deck's too shaded. I'm not sure the design of it, looking at it straight on, and maybe it's just that color, that stark white that we've talked about. But I think something needs to be addressed about the surrounding on the deck in this type C.
Do other commissioners have comments on any of the conceptual architecture images that they've shown off thus far? Okay, since we're doing this, I will say briefly, to leave no stone unturned. Just going to the imagery on the parking garage side, which shows several different designs that you have in one go. First of all, I don't see how two people are holding a boat with a garage door, but that is my OCD kicking in. I appreciate that this shows like the potential landscaping for the area. I do question though kind of how far these outcroppings go. That's one thing that's not very clear in some of the visuals you've provided. I think having clear sense of that when you come back next time would be helpful, just how far out that's going from the base property line.
Just so I'm clear,
Sorry,
Andrew, I don't know if you can get to the alley, the kind of
Page
alley
24.
perspective. Yeah. Just want to make sure I understand what you're.
Just the outcroppings for the second floor.
The second floor,
Yeah.
how far those project. Okay. Great.
Also, this is the image that was submitted last time.
That was a different concept.
And this has all the things that you're asking for in terms of trellises, articulation. So I'm not sure why we're shown this, but now we're being shown something entirely different. I think these trellises are important.
Those are gorgeous.
Trellises are important for these courtyards, very important. Landscape is important because this one shows hardly anything. So I think it should be more like this one.
And then this has, I know you have the issue with trying to get 100% renewable. I do think the idea of rooftop access to some degree and rooftop planting, there's having that kind of green roof, so to speak, for that shape, I think that is important. I think there is a sense of satisfaction that can come with that for the residents. I do recognize that you have a balcony. I've lived in a balcony apartment before. I've seen how poorly the planting can go in that situation. So I don't think that is the solution to. For some, it will be. Some people have a green thumb and they make it work, but for others, it will be a nightmare there. So finding ways to vary rooftop access, even to a small degree, I think would be incredibly valuable. You look like you want to say something.
I do.
Yeah, go for it.
Just in response to that, I think it would be worth like maybe level setting a little bit that this is not the development for farmers. This is a dense, very close to a park. Like I've lived with a small balcony. I did some containers. It was nice to have some florals, but like I'm not gonna have the, you know, bounty of fruit trees that I now have at my home. So I just want us to like be realistic as we do talk about this guidance. And I'm far more interested in having the appropriate solar on the roof, which seems like it's a tough math problem to solve. And I know we're also talking about putting utilities on the roof, which seems tough. I have a heat pump. It sits literally right outside my wall where I sleep, and it's not that loud. So I think there are improvements in that technology, slimline heat pumps that are operating, you know, pretty quietly. So I'm less worried about that in terms of allocating our roof space. And I think it would be great to hear just a recap of the sort of exceptions to these. I know there are some that have rooftop space, and I expect when we get to the SPAR stage, you'll have a firmer count of how many do actually have rooftop accessibility, and I'm hoping we're pleasantly surprised by how many there are.
It was 12, right?
That's what I can think of off the top of my head. If you go to the kind of aerial perspective view, you can kind of see the buildings there that 2, 4, 6, might be 14. The 3 buildings that face along Petaluma River, and then some number of the buildings that face out towards McNear Canal have them. So, but we'll make sure that that's much more articulated as to what those are.
And by the way, just to be clear, because I don't disagree with the commissioner's comments.
Yeah.
I was hoping for more than 12. That's
Yes.
really what I was getting at. And then the other reason I brought it up is because from what you described before, I assume there are going to be corners. I just want to make sure that we're going to have inclusionary, that at least a handful of those units also, they're not just the middle units that likely won't have access, at least a handful of them would have access to some kind of rooftop gardening. And I also recognize that people aren't farmers, but there's a lot of value in being able to plant in a safe spot, even if it's a little bit. I'm not asking for a full rooftop garden, just partial in some cases. Go ahead. And
I'm
then
just
Heidi.
going to reiterate the site itself. I mean, it's really spectacular if you're living there. And so I think we need to look at the bigger picture of the space and for, you know, mobility. And it's not just an urban in like San Francisco. Like this is pretty spectacular.
Sure,
And
but people have
amount of
mobility
space.
issues. People have mobility issues, so also accounting for maybe they can't get out to the park that's next door. That's all. Just for a few.
I just have a few more comments. Just to riff off what Roger was saying. I saw the other figure with the trellises in it, and I thought that was really nice and kind of brought the community together. So if we could get the trellises back, that would be awesome. And just that, you know, these streets aren't really streets, they're like alleyways, and the way you depicted, there's going to be probably a lot of activity in these alleyways. So, just kind of working that into the design of this whole area, knowing that there's going to be a lot of pedestrians in and out going through this area to get to McNair Park and to get to the docks and everything. So I just think that's an important component of it. And then just my one last comment is to think about the D Street, how if we could have it accessible on both sides, not just the one side. Like one of our public commenters said, to have the ramp. The ramp was only designed on one side. If we could have it designed on both sides.
Thank you for bringing that more.
Yeah.
At the end of the promenade that's closest to the oyster shed, it's a level-on access right there. So there is there, and then there's the ramp at the very far end. And Barry was reminding me that there's a spot towards the middle.
In the center.
In the center, so.
From the development, you can roll right in. So there's
3
points of.
So there's at least.
Thank you. Good.
Yeah.
Thank you for clarifying. Yeah. That's all.
And that is important. So appreciate the concern.
Do any commissioners have anything else to add before we get to comments? Oh, Jessica, go.
The tot lot needs more trash cans.
Sure. Okay. With that in mind, we're going to go through commissioner comments on the item. I'm going to start on this end with Jessica.
Oh boy. Like I said, I think you guys have done a lot with a super awkward space, but with some really interesting homes, and to echo the vice mayor, with a beautiful spot and acres of park that I would certainly enjoy. So I think you are well on your way design-wise. I appreciate the natural elements, the natural colors. We talked a little bit about landscaping, and I'm pretty comfortable with the level of landscaping, and do endorse the attention to size appropriateness. I think that is a really good consideration, because it would be a shame to plant a bunch of beautiful plants that then just get sort of hedged in, and you've got sticks and none of the beautiful blooms. So I think that is a good consideration to keep in mind with what's actually realistic, given the narrowness of the space. We have more to discuss on D Street and some homework for you to do, so that we can better understand what our options are. But I think adaptability is the right goal. And yeah, my 2 requests are more trash cans on the tot lot, and I'm in favor of heat pump screens instead of plants, because the plants might die.
Roger.
Yeah. I guess there's several questions. One is your entry from Copeland. Right now, it looks like it's landscaped only on one side. The other side is non-ownership, the east side. But there is a sidewalk and then a space between the sidewalk and the property line. And I'd like you to think about landscaping both sides of that street, maybe shift the sidewalk back to the property line and have a parkway. So you at least have a balanced entry. Right now, you're just landscaping half your project, and the marketing window is not taken advantage of. So I think that entry to Copeland need to look at that. I'm also concerned about the whole edge, the north and north edge of the alley that backs up to existing development and to the rail. Andrew, can you put that site plan on?
Which slide would you like, Commissioner?
It's sheet number 4. It's the site plan, preliminary site plan.
Is this the slide you want? Oh, sorry. I need to share it.
Yeah, it's the north edge that goes from the existing property, non-ownership property all up to the back of the rail site. There's no landscape along that edge. There is no anything of a track that's like the back side of a rail system in Los Angeles. It feels alley-like, it feels substandard, and it needs landscape. There's not even, I don't know if there's going to be a wall or a fence there or what's going to be there, but it seems like that whole edge needs to be dealt with because the units are looking out at that. That's your image for all those units. I think it's really substandard compared to the rest of the project. Is that clear what I'm talking about? Okay. The other, and I mentioned this before, I'm concerned with the location of the existing public park, and I would like to see it considered part of the shed complex because it's both public and both will have public access. Right now, it's public use in the middle of a HOA territory, and I think that will be trouble, but that's just my comment. But I think my biggest issue is the landscape plan. I think the landscape architect has got the right idea, but according to what I understand, the property line thoughts is that it's impossible. And this project is not acceptable without landscaping that water edge. So I think you need to find a way to negotiate with the city or get an easement with the city or somehow make that your property to take care of and make attractive for your residents. Otherwise, if you're relying on city maintenance, it won't happen. The city's not going to plant those trees. And I think that would be just a shame because that's your amenity. And I think that you need to make sure you take care of your amenity. As far as landscape, I would like to see more bigger trees where possible. I know there's some constraints, but more canopy, more sycamores, more big trees where you can put them, including the McNair Canal edge, and including, there's some planters in the parking lot that look like they're big enough to achieve another tree. But I'm more concerned too with the water level issue of what's survivable and how that limits what our tree species are. So if you could be more specific on what that means to us and what it means to you as a landscape architect and how it limits trees, it would be important. I mentioned the air conditioning issue. Yep, those are my comments.
Okay, I will save myself for the end. Heidi?
Well, I'll save some time as I've already told you all my comments. I have no more other than the other ones I've said.
Darren?
Yeah, and I just have some bullet points. Windows, bring the outside in, take inspiration from the old visualizations we had. I don't know why we were so hard on you. I looked at those and my gut reaction was there are things about this I prefer to the new designs. And I think a big part of that was the windows and some of the lightness that brings. I think there's a challenge there with the balcony design element. I think the framing parts around those balconies might be a key piece to look at. Like I've said a million times, lightening those up, expanding view sheds, maybe making more rooms for some other elements in there. I have accents emerging from the sea of stucco, so to do things to make sure those accents aren't getting lost. Side elevations of buildings, or what I labeled here the end caps, articulation, interest, light. And then live work to me was already kind of the concession. This is a big issue. We've held Spirit Living, which is over in Riverfront, to a pretty high standard. We made them come back with their development due to kind of a mixed use element, making sure they had street front retail and things like that. So yes, definitely let's talk about adaptability. I also think there's an element here where we've been told about a mixed use vision when this was brought forward. That was the idea, and I want to adhere to that to as much as we can. And again, I think live work was almost a concession in that direction already, to making it more about the residential. So maybe it's just integrating a couple of those units instead of the full 11 or 16, something like that, that gets us more to a middle ground. The Oyster Shed, would love to see that used for alternative transportation access as soon as possible. I know there's kind of the multiple phases, but there's also a vision there of like kayak accessibility. I was thinking if there could be bike repair in there, that's kind of a little hub for people that are going out to the park or going downtown. You're kind of at a good nexus point there. So integrating that into the phased plan for the Oyster Shed, having alternative transport in mind. And then, yeah, trees, lean into the western sycamore, explore oaks in the palette. And I know they're going to talk to the right groups who can advocate for kind of expanding the native plant palette. So yeah, that summarizes my comments. Thanks.
Rick? Yeah, just putting a final period on a couple points here. We talked a lot about flexibility and adaptability is the key to making that D Street frontage really work and make it work for the long term. What may work, in the first 5 years is not going to work 25 years from now, probably not. So something that's as flexible as possible, I think, is the key there. I'll continue what Darren said about windows. I think it's especially when you have that kind of density that we're going for here, and for all that is great about the density is it does scream out for some level of openness, some level ability to get out. So the balconies, I think, achieves that as part of it. But even in areas where you don't have balconies, if you can get more fenestration, bigger floor to ceiling glazing, let's say on the third level, anything like that, just to open up the living space. And to beat the dead horse on the rooftop area, you can have a rooftop deck. It doesn't have to be a gigantic, Golden Gate Park up there, nor does it have to be, a full living space. Even, a 4 by 12 walkway that's kind of decked out, maybe has a couple of high chairs or something. That's an area where you can just go out there. You can read a book. You can, have your coffee in the morning. You can watch, 4th of July fireworks. That's all you need. You don't need an entire living space there, to replicate another floor of the building. So I think there's a space there that can live with the other, utilities and things that you're looking to get off the rooftop. Alleyways, we talked a little bit about that. I'm, certainly in favor of having, more landscape out there. I also think we should think that is going to be a usable area for recreation. And, I've lived in some situations like that, and, kids are playing out there, they're playing soccer, throwing the ball around. Even though there's a gigantic park next door, parents want their kids to go out there and, play for 15 minutes, not 2 hours, right? And so that area is going to should be accessible, usable to the inside, maybe, kind of watchable by parents or grandparents or something, so they keep an eye on kids or whatever. I do think that's going to be a pretty usable area. So just keep that in mind as you're talking about what's going on out there and how that's affected by access and other things. So last of my comments.
Vice Mayor? Okay. First of all, I just want to say that I think you've done an incredible job conceptually and in terms of design guidelines based on the truly small square footage you have to work with on that site. I also, because the more I was thinking about the original design, and I remember sitting outside watching the meeting from the television, waiting for the other part of the meeting to start. I remember you got a lot of pushback from folks sitting in the public, and then also, I'm sure, comments online. Folks didn't like the Miami feel of the first design, and I can tell that kind of jogged through my head as folks were talking. I can tell that you've made a purposeful effort to shift away from that. I think you made a good choice doing that, and I agree with my colleagues that still more windows, though, is ideal and more light. I think for this space, I understand the real focus you got out of the last few meetings to prioritize the river. You have a green space right there, you have river access, you have those views. The thing I would like to really highlight, and I would like to hopefully see come back is really acknowledging that this is that transition space for what a lot of Petaluma's future is going to end up being. Those developments will eventually get built adjacent to it. We will have high density right there, right by the river. The river was our access point for so much of the region. Now train and public transit has become that. We're going to have all of that nexus right there. So seeing that transition happen in the site, I think is going to be important. I think that's also what makes it such a pain to nail down. So I appreciate the patience of the applicants tonight. One thing I was trying to get across some other comments, and I just don't think I phrased it well, was just the idea of avoiding the kind of, hey, one building looks the same, next building looks different, but each unit looks identical within that building. Having that sense of uniqueness for that community, because even though the park's next door, people work from home, but a lot of people don't. I mean, I don't know if some folks have been in the workforce lately, but work from home is kind of dying across the board in a lot of professions. So a lot of people have to commute. A lot of people, there's a reason why our train's having record numbers of transit recently. The reason why the same thing is happening for county and regional transit. People are having to go back to the office. I suspect many of these units are going to be affordable for people who will be working the kind of jobs that will require them to go back to the office. If they're doing it to the tech community, they're doing it to just about everyone else. So while I think the park is wonderful, that's right there, you have access to Petaluma River Park. I think if we're thinking of the big picture of the site, the big picture of the site is it's adjacent to that corridor that a lot of those people will be using to get to and from their jobs and to and from the areas that make them enough money to afford these units. So with that in mind, I really want to ask that we focus on how we get back to kind of the drawing that you showed earlier from the original design with the terracing. I think when I saw that, I was like, that's exactly what I was looking for. More activation in the alleyway core. You've already heard from us about some more vibrant colors, more accent pieces. I'm not going to repeat there. I'm just going through. For Oyster Shed, I also agree if we can clarify that process so that we do guarantee that we're going to have that some kind of, especially like boat activation in the second phase. I mean, a lot of the drawings show a dock really having that use. We have an incredibly active kayaking and boating community here, as a river community would, so hopefully that would be successful. And then I actually came into this meeting with a whole list of guidelines already pre-written. I'm not going to go through all of those because we've covered quite a few of them, and I just found that list in my notes. But going back to, we covered almost all of these. Going back to two things. One, for D Street, I know we had a whole long conversation about it, but you were exactly right. What would be great to see is whatever that variability is that's going to allow it to go from one way to the other, having the clarity that whether it's through data or it's just through, hey, this is how the building code works, this is how they're able to convert it from this business to that business, that's fine. But just to give us the peace of mind that we're not letting go of a future opportunity when we've had so much. There's a period of time in the city where we should have been doing mixed use and we pushed back. We kind of gave it away. And now as we're just finally getting that mindset of let's do mixed use again, the economy is not supporting it. So it's kind of it's been hard for us to jar with. Having so much near there, if it's a handful of units, it's a handful of units, but just showing us that we're not giving away the store just because we were told to, just to be able to have that peace of mind. And finally, and this was something that Andrew brought up at the beginning of the meeting, I think one guideline that is clear through most of Petaluma's, at least, especially on the west side of town, we really do have a focus on doors. We really love to put a lot of detail around our doorways and our entry points. I'm going to take that one step further, though, and this goes back to alleyways because I'm not going to let this go. Focus around making, you've got garages in the back. You can add terracing, but focusing on making that inviting as well. A lot of people don't use their garages for cars. A lot of people, that's where they spend time. So keeping that in mind too. And with that, I have made my comments. Is there anything left? Okay. With
Chair,
that.
Chair, I want a couple of things. It's 10:55, so we may need to take a vote to go past 11. Because I think we have to finish this meeting item. We may have commissioner comments. We may have planning manager's report. So we should probably go ahead and take that vote.
Okay. I will make a motion to extend the meeting to no later than 11:30. I hate that I'm saying this. No later than 11:30. Do I have a second? Okay. Can we have our roll call vote, please? Thank you.
Commissioner Bauer?
Yes.
Commissioner Moses?
Yes.
Commissioner McKeerling?
Yes.
Commissioner Atkinson?
Yes.
Commissioner Wissman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Cater Thompson?
Yes.
Chair Hooper?
Yes.
The motion is passed.
Thank you.
Great. And then my second question, I just want to be sure that the applicant team fully understands what they should come back with regard to D Street and the ground floor land uses, because I'm not, quite honestly, I'm not clear. So I heard we need to have ground floor commercial uses all along D Street, but then that came back because it was suggested that maybe they need to be focused on key points along D Street, and there could be an option for residential. So I wouldn't know how to advise the applicant team about what you want to see when the project comes back. So I would prefer some clarification on that.
Would it be fair to say, just based on all of the comments so far, that folks would want to see a concentrated portion of units on D Street, not all of D Street, but a portion of units on D Street providing commercial with flexibility, and a clear explanation of what that flexibility entails, both for commercial opportunities, living opportunities, and what the trade-offs are?
Commercial opportunities for residential owners.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And give an honest try with ceiling heights.
Yes.
Great, thank you.
And you bring up a great point that I should have thought about before trying to close the item. Were there any other areas, Andrew, that you noted where we seem to be contradicting or
No, everything else is quite clear, and we appreciate that. It just, that one, we had a lot of conversation about it, and I know it's perhaps the most important topic, so I want to be sure that we all understand what you're looking for so that we can get it right.
Thank you. Well, with that, we will close this item. I want to thank the applicant team for the thorough presentation and the thorough discussion, and I want to sincerely thank staff, especially Andrew, for bearing with us through all of this. And thank the commission for the fact that we went through this experiment. We'll see how it goes, but we're trying to get through these designs in a way where we're not doubling back later on because we didn't see things earlier. So hopefully this is a good start. With that, we will now move to commissioner comment. I'm just going to go down the row. I'm going to start with the vice mayor this time because I've picked on Jessica far too many times to start. So,
a few weeks ago, I went to that forum at Sonoma State for planning, and it was a good 3 hours. And at the end of the month, the council's going to have their goal setting. So that's going to be important. And Pine View Lane is now blocked off to go to Lakeville. And I don't even think you can take a right-hand turn onto Lakeville at this point. But you can take a right-hand turn into Pine View. And so I'm really glad that we worked on that quickly.
Rick? Darren?
Well, and Roger was not at our tree committee this past week, so I'll give you the update on that too. So I have Bike and Ped and tree committee. They were both on February 7th. I had tree committee first. We looked at the blueprint for carbon neutrality, gave feedback as a committee there, which I thought was really productive. And planning, I think, is the next one slated to see that, or we will see it pretty soon. And then on February 7th, we also had the Bike and Pedestrian Committee meeting where we talked about the active transportation master plan, specific policy actions. And that was like 150 some very tangible policy actions we're going to take to promote certain goals for active transportation. And I thought that went really well as well. And I believe both of those are going to be kind of opened up for public facing input. I know the map already has been, but I believe the actions and goals and vision all will be shortly as well. So be on the lookout for active transportation.
Do you have anything? I have nothing for this meeting. Roger.
Just to add what Darren was talking about the tree committee, we also are close to a city tree list. Not quite there, but close. Street tree list. And also, we've had input on the tree ordinance in terms of.
Jessica? Great. Well, with that, we'll close commissioner comment, and I'll invite Andrew Triple for the planning manager's report.
Great. Thank you, Chair. The only topic for the planning manager's report at this point in the evening is to look forward through the end of May. We are each regular scheduled meeting is fully agendized. That's in part because we are adding on a general plan update at least once a month. There's going to be a lot of information coming forward. So we're going to go back and sort of check in on the general plan overall, and then specifically the blueprint will be coming forward, the land use framework will be coming forward, as well as the regular business of a variety of site plan and architectural review projects, single family residential. We have a conditional use permit revocation, and so forth. So that does mean that we are looking at holding all regular meetings and perhaps even a special meeting, depending on how some of these agendas go, especially in March. If we get behind in March, we may have to look at doing a special meeting through the end of May. So all of that to say that Uriel, after this meeting, will be reaching out to all of you to check for your availability for all of the regular session meetings scheduled through the end of May. So thank you.
Thank you. And with that, unless there are any other comments, I will adjourn tonight's meeting at 11:03 p.m. Thank you, everybody.
I have one question for Andrew. Andrew, today there was submittals to the Planning Commission like an hour before the meeting, or 2 hours before the meeting. Is there a cutoff point when information needs to be either in? Because it's difficult. When I get a thing that says revised, I don't know what's been revised. I have to read the whole thing to find out what's changed. And it seems like it either ought to be redlined what's revised, or they ought to stick with what we received the first. So is there a cutoff point?
Well, this was a unique situation. The revised documents were received on Friday. They were published to the agenda. Unfortunately, the publication process was not effective, and we realized Tuesday morning, I guess that was this morning? Yeah, Tuesday morning, that we needed to republish. So typically, I would not publish anything new beyond the Friday prior to the meeting. But today was just an exception, and we apologize for that. That was clearly our error. And we have procedures in place to not make that error again. And so I think going forward, you can anticipate that any revised documents or new information you would receive no later than the Friday prior to the scheduled meeting.
So there's no cutoff? There's no cutoff?
No, Andrew's saying that going forward, you won't receive anything new after Friday prior to the meeting. It was just a technical error this time.
Will that work?
What's that?
Will that work for you?
Well, if that's the rule, then we'll just cancel the meeting. Then we'll continue that meeting item. So.
Well, that's my input. I don't know if you guys have anything to say.
I think for a study session, it's also a little different because this wasn't a vote. So getting it at the last minute, I mean,
it's fine.
I hear what you're saying. going to bet that we get it before Friday. I think that's a great target. And then if it's something that we miss again, I think we bring it back around and see what we can do.
I also would just like to say, I don't think I've ever, like, this was very clearly a rare occurrence. I don't think I've ever gotten a packet this late before in terms of the updates. I've certainly gotten public comments and things like that'll come up because people send their comments when they send them. To Darren's point, this was a study session, so it's a little bit different. It would be harder if we had to take a definitive vote and we didn't have the materials, but I certainly have enough trust in our planning manager that if something really egregious isn't provided with enough time, he's going to let us know. Yeah. Well, with that, good night, everybody. We're ending the meeting.
This is an audio test. Please remain silent for the best results. This test is designed to ensure the best audio quality experience during your Zoom meetings. Once the test is completed, you will see the results on the screen. Thank you. This is an audio test. Please remain silent for the best results. This test is designed to ensure the best audio quality experience during your Zoom meetings. Once the test is completed, you will see the results on the screen. Thank you.